was 2014. Huge updates about Rocket Lab's Neutron. SLS is stacked and might be ready early, and we're all still waiting for Starship Flight 9. Also, it's 1 year of trenching, so if you like the new format, we're glad. I guess we'll talk about it. Roll a cold intro. Or roll.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
125! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome to the Flame Trench. That's right, it's been a year of this new format. We used to be NASA Spaceflight Live. We still do those with interviews and stuff like that. But now we're the Flame Trench, and it's been a year. And I guess if you'd like it, give us some feedback. I'm Jack Byer for NSF, and I'll be hosting today's Trench. We've got the standard Flame Trench crew. EJ, nice glasses, bro.
Oh, thank you. You're noticing my glasses. Thank you very much, Chad. How are you?
You look like Adam
How's
Sandler.
What?
You're kind of giving me like an Adam Sandler vibe. Like you're real cool.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Conditioner. Okay, no, focus. But we got EJ on. Thank you, EJ. We also have Sawyer on as well. Like I said, we got the OG crew.
How's it going? Yeah, I've been collecting a whole bag of pun tokens for the last year, so I hope you're ready to have them all unleashed in one show.
I think we might have expended all those pun tokens on the OLM rollout stream, which we'll talk about the OLM rollout a little bit later in the show. We've got a lot to talk about. But yeah, I don't know. Both of you, I don't know. Should we? Oh yeah, also Kevin's here, I guess, or whatever. Kevin's okay, I guess. No, Kevin is producing today's show. Like I said, OG crew. But all three of you, Kevin, EJ, and Sawyer. Should we talk about the 50th first, or should we talk about actual news?
How could anyone miss the 1 year anniversary show of the Flame Trench?
I mean, do we care? I care. Chat, do you care? I mean, it's pretty cool. We've this format.
Who got the cake?
Leica just barked, which she never does. So I'm assuming maybe she did.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Or was the
Cake
cheesecake delivered? Is that what it was?
Maybe. But no, this is like I like this format. I don't want to be like patting on the back the whole time, but this is a very different format than everything else we do on NSF, and we didn't know exactly how the audience would receive it, right? So it seems like you guys like the show. I don't know. I like doing it, certainly. What else are we supposed to talk about here?
By the way, do you remember when
okay?
one of these streams we did a poll of like, oh, what do we think would be names? And then we ran the poll and like, this poll is non-binding. And the winner, I think, was actually Flame Trench.
I mean, it's a good name.
Because it's a good name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should show that.
It's been pretty delightful, too. Like, this... I hate this corporate buzzword. The synergy. Like, we've been seeing a Flame Trench built over the last year at Starbase. So, of course, we've just had endless pictures of a Flame Trench to use for thumbnails. It's just kind of like, hey, it worked out.
Actually, it's all about logistics.
After we had that meeting with DOS to determine what we were going to call it and what the format was going to be, I texted DOS and I said, I hate the name. And he said, well, everyone liked it. I said, okay. We go with it, but
Kevin, what would you call it?
I had no idea, but I just hated the name.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we should call the show Kevin now.
Welcome to Kevin. I'm Kevin. Joining me today is Kevin and Kevin.
Yep.
Maybe no.
Oh, come on. The voice of
I-
God
I-
doesn't want it named after him?
I'm with you, Kevin. It did take I liked the name and the fact that it was a good name. It was good as a name, but it did take a little bit to grow on me for use in the show. We should figure out who's like where that suggestion came from, because it ultimately was a really good one. Oh, good job, EJ.
I mean, we'll
Also,
have to
I
watch it
love-
back. It was recorded.
Right? Yeah, we could go back. Hey.
Yeah.
But I think at least what I would want to do as an acknowledgement of having done this new format for a year is live chat is awesome. Like, we're always looking at live chat on like as we're live, but this is also video on demand. So if you're watching it on demand, put some comments in there and let us know what you think about the format. Let us know what you like and don't like, what you want to see more of, what you want to see less of, like, what have you. Of course, and always have to mention EJ is on Twitch as well. So EJ is watching both chats because I don't know how you do that, man. But we're always
Glasses.
open to feedback. We're here to entertain you guys and have a good time. So
I'm sure the comments are going to be more Leica and Jake and less of the humans.
it's fair.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
disagree.
But yeah, I mean, here, let me bring the panel up and see if we have any comments. I wanted to acknowledge. I think we all wanted to acknowledge that it's been 50 flame trenches. It's pretty cool.
It's been 84 years.
So now the real question is, when did we start doing the NSF Live version of this? Like,
That was
been-
way back in the Michael and Chris G and Thomas era. I couldn't tell you an actual date,
When-
but it was around the same time that we started doing the dailies and started doing launch live streams. Like, that was one of the legs on the stool.
now, when did we pivot NSF Live into like proto trench?
I mean, I think it was always kind of proto trench. Like, it was always less formal. There was a sort of a push and pull between it being more formal and less formal. And I mean, I think the real pivot was a year ago, which is, that's when we all kind of, I think, and I should really, everything I'm saying is take with a grain of salt, because I don't want to. It's a whole giant team. I'm just one person, but I think we all
Salt.
sort of made the decision to go with this tone that we've. It's a less formal show. We can have a little bit more fun. And I'm so happy for it. It's a fun show.
Yeah, especially
It
with
is. It's a good
Twist
time.
joining the ranks too. I think that helps, so you can get the actual serious news right after. But I mean, I'll be honest. I think a lot of people come here more for the personality than the news sometimes. At least, I hope you guys like us.
Let's see.
They all come for me.
Oh,
Just
six string.
True.
I mean, I definitely am here anytime KMR is on audio. Like, that's a treat. Anytime you can, as a live presenter, get the producer to chime in, I feel like it's like, yes. Like, very rarely Michael would do it. Very rarely Kevin will do it. Every now and then, has Jay ever done it?
Wait, Michael talks?
He's accidentally
Wait a minute.
been on air once, I think, Jay, but never intentionally.
Six String Simpleton is suggesting a pre-show and post-show with member input, which is a really good idea. We do a pre-show and post-show for members, Capcom and above, in the Discord, and also EJ. You might be able to catch some of that on EJ's Twitch. So, oh my God, it's Baby DOS.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
apparently
the first NSF Live.
It's Baby DOS.
For those who are wondering, the title of this first one was NSF Live, SpaceX Starship SN3 press for testing, NASA selects Dragon, what was it, X, it's loading, Dragon XL, and more.
Whatever happened to Dragon XL?
Also, the thumbnail says Starship Stack Coronavirus Impacts Dragon XL. This is, wow, holy time capsule.
Yeah, that's really neat. That's special. But yeah, Six String
Baby
Simpleton,
Thomas.
that's a really good idea. Maybe in today's post-show, if you guys have some feedback, go for it. And if you want to be on the pre-show or post-show, Capcom membership and above, also maybe EJ's Twitch. Maybe EJ's Twitch. Yeah, so there's that. I don't know, anyone... I don't want to run roughshod over the conversation. Sorry if I have been. Anyone else have anything they want to call out? It's been a fun show. I love you guys.
I like you, Jack, and I like working with you and Sawyer. Does that help?
Check. All right, Sawyer, your turn.
He likes me. He really likes me. No, this is this is awesome. I remember it was just like, all right, who would be available for the first couple ones? We can try a consistent crew, and here we are, 50 episodes later, still together as considered the OG Flame Trench crew now. So I think this is a great group of people, and I love it.
It's good stuff.
Steal.
Alex in the back channel giving me an existential crisis and saying it was 5 years ago in March 2020 when we did that first NSF Live Proto Flame Trench. Holy cow. Sorry, EJ, what were you going to say?
Nothing. It doesn't seem like it. Here, you guys want to hear? You guys want to hear a weird one? I've been working for NSF for 2 years.
Heck yeah.
That's weird.
2 great years.
That's weird.
2 years of a better NSF because you're part of it.
Oh, hey, oh, whoa, whoa.
Hey, we don't have feelings here. I mean, farts, burps, haha. Like, we don't have feelings. Never mind.
Someone did say the bromance is strong today.
All right, I think we're pretty good on patting ourselves on the back. We love doing shows for you guys, whatever it is, whether it's Twist, which is coming up later today, or whether it's Starbase Update or our live streams. We love doing this. That's why we're always so thankful for the support, because it's a giant team of people to get all this done, and it's super fun. So let's talk about actual news. Sawyer, tell us what's going on with Neutron. I almost called it Nutri, but that's too bad. That's too bad even for me.
Glenny is a stretch already. So anyway, they've got some amazing qualification testing done for Neutron, which, if you don't know, that is Rocket Lab's medium lift vehicle. So it's kind of more comparable to a Falcon 9 or something like that, as opposed to a Super Heavy or its current smaller lift vehicle like Electron. This one is so cool because it is a kind of fully reusable-ish first stage. It's almost a fully reusable rocket. So basically you've got the main actual stage portion, and then separate is what you see on the screen. This will then be mated just before launch to the rest of the first stage. And the payload will go in, it'll launch, and then you get the Hungry Hippo clamshell that opens. Once it deploys the second stage and the satellite attached, they'll whoosh off, that'll close, and then it will steer itself back down. So you kind of see it opening up. You saw the little grid fin testing for it to then be able to come back and land. They are, of course, working on a drone ship to be able to recover it, return on investment. So it'll be cool to see that. But they did that. They also recently tested the water deluge system at their pad, which they are currently set to launch from Wallops Island in Virginia and Mars, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, at LC3. So it's an exciting time for that. And I mean, they said that that deluge system has the equivalent of Olympic-sized swimming pool flowing through it every 40 seconds. I mean, look at that. I could get a very quickly done shower in that.
It's a lot of water.
Also, I like the thing it just says, we have water. Good for you. Yay, water.
Yeah, all I can think when I see that is Forbidden Water Slide. I can't help it.
They may have water, but I have Sprite today. Anyway.
Gatorade is better.
Water's better.
What's even better is point-to-point. You know how much we love talking about that here, and the video that we totally haven't been working on for like a year that's kind of just getting pushed off. Kevin, have you reviewed that yet? Anyway,
we do love point-to-point here.
Tagging myself in that thread.
It is very possible that the first planned point-to-point mission would be actually with Neutron. There is now a contract with the U.S. Air Force and Rocket Lab to attempt to launch a payload, send it into space, but not necessarily into orbit, and then have it delivered to a certain spot and then recover the first stage as well. So it's interesting that we may have Neutron completing point-to-point before we have GTA 6.
That's highly amusing. Also, before we get Starship doing point-to-point, because Starship also has a similar contract with the Air Force as well for point-to-point cargo research. So something that clearly the Department of Defense is interested in. It'll be interesting to see who gets that testing done first, Rocket Lab or Starship.
That's what I'm really interested in.
Yeah, so we said point-to-point. We should say, I guess, like space shuttle, horses. Now Crispy will be happy.
York,
York, yep, York good. Leads bad. Drone, the drone ship. We can go
Liverpool
back. We
is a
can
good
talk about
soccer
what's on
team.
screen, Kevin. We can do that. I'm a good host. I promise. This is
you
cool.
have never ever in 50 episodes and a year
That's
talked
a
about
lie.
what's on screen.
That's a gross overstatement.
Damn.
It is founded in reality, but it is not the whole truth.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Essentially, yes. But no, Rocket Lab famously saying, their marine assets suck, and yet now we're going to be doing barge landings with Neutron.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
That's also from the man who said that if they ever built a larger launch vehicle, he would eat his hat, and then proceeded to eat his hat as we take a look at the larger launch vehicle.
That was delightful. I mean, absolutely delightful. I mean, in the space, in the new space, or whatever you want to call it, space. It's really like right now, cadence-wise, it's SpaceX and Rocket Lab and everyone else trying to up their numbers. And I can't wait to see what Rocket Lab does with Neutron, because it's gonna be awesome. I got to be there for the first launch.
Can we go back to that chomper fairing and just sit here and pretend
Admire
like
it.
it's not something out of like a 1960s spy espionage movie?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
referencing James Bond there?
He's calling the
Yeah.
ambulance.
Yeah, they call them Bond Strunk. That thing is so cool. And
It is.
yeah, I don't know if we can get the noise that it makes from that video, but it's like
Oh yeah, the sound of it.
Dude, the sound is so good.
I love that.
Yeah, I know we're throwing you
Kevin a
for a
minute.
loop, Kevin. In the
Kevin, bring
meantime,
me the sound now.
In the meantime, I do see. I forget who it was in chat. Somebody was like, "Oh, Jack must love Neutron because canards." Look. I'm not saying I always love canards in every context. I was just, defending them here and there. I'm not saying canards always good. I'm not saying canards best. I just, I don't automatically hate them because I have KSP trauma.
What?
What?
What? KSB trauma.
No,
you
I
don't know
don't.
how to play, boy?
Compared to you and Das, I do not know how to play. I'm just like, I push
Oh.
button, I go moon.
Yeah, the moon's good.
Yeah, here,
Scott
just share it with us.
Go
It's
ahead.
only the four of us. Don't worry, there's not 1,900 other people watching.
Oh, don't remind me.
Scott asked a question. Don't you think point-to-point is risky during the landing phase as an easy target for an enemy? This is in regards to Neutron moving supplies somewhere. Guys, okay. I'm an armchair general, first of all. Like, what do I know? I know logistics and I know spaceflight. But honestly, the Neutron and Starship are not going to be used like an ODST drop pod from Halo. If you know, you know. Like, it's not like, some devil dogs are going to punch out the door and, rappel down the side like guns blazing. No. They're looking at it as a logistical carrier. So think about it more, the point-to-point stuff, as more of a... like a logistics military airlift, so like a C5
How do we get a
or
bunch of
C-17.
food? How do we get a bunch of
Yeah,
ammo or
exactly.
Humvees or one
Bingo.
tank or whatever it is to this spot right now?
Exactly. Like you're not going to deploy that thing to the front lines. I mean, like one bullet to that thing and it pops like a balloon. Like
Like
you'll
the ULA
actually have
sniper in Amos 6.
Yeah.
My main thing.
You'll actually have snipers, man. You don't want to do that.
Wow, actually, we didn't even have that in the show notes this week, but that article did come out. Oh, we got the sound.
Yeah.
You got the sound?
That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Listen to this. Wait for it.
So we're gonna open in 10 seconds time.
It's wavy.
Oh, that's awesome.
It sounds like it's out of sci-fi.
I would love to know if that's the real sound or if they sweetened it at all in post.
That's like from the movie.
Yeah, you can sweeten that in post. I want to know if that's real. The way this video is filmed leads me to believe that it's real, but especially those closing sound effects. Can we go, Kevin? I'm sorry. Can we? I talked over the end. I want to know if that's
Hey,
real.
Jack.
Kevin's earning his pay today.
Plausible.
The thunk sounds of the grid fins are.
We're going to open
Yeah.
in 10 seconds time.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that's real, but holy cow, I want to know for sure. I'm going to
wonder-
tweet at Peter Beck.
I wonder if that's an echo because the inside is completely empty inside a giant, shell there, basically. If there were a payload in there, maybe it wouldn't reverb as much.
Right. And also, of course, in space, no one will hear the squoosh.
In space, no one can hear you squish, yes.
This is only the first stage, so there's a possibility that you might hear some squish.
That's true.
What I,
I
think
hope
is...
that... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I hope they
No, go
have
ahead.
the vehicle. No, go ahead. I hope they have the vehicle properly instrumented so that if the sound is audible, even just like, conducting through the rocket itself, they can put some of that on stream. That'd be really cool.
I was going to say... No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I insist.
No, go ahead.
All right, cool, sweet.
What I was going to say was, what's crazy is you look at the rocket with, the clamp on top and everything, and you're like, okay, that's the full rocket. But it's not. This is like the only rocket where the entire vehicle returns, but it's also not fully reusable. With the idea of having that second stage and basically a kick motor, essentially, inside it. So having the engine, the second stage that'll finish out the orbit inside the clamshell. So it looks like the whole thing returns, but it's actually not bringing back the second stage. That just boggles my mind. I don't know why.
I really wonder about the clearances of that second stage coming out of the chomper mouth. Especially, you don't want anything knocking into the first stage as it's coming out of the
Firefly.
It's just not.
Oh yeah.
I mean, or just like whatever. The clearance. When you have a tight clearance, you got to be very precise. So that's all I'm saying.
And that's never happened to another rocket company this year. It's fine.
The other thing, I do sort of want to go back to the point-to-point discussion. How do we discriminate between a point-to-point cargo payload and an ICBM or an IRBM? Like that's something that I feel like isn't addressed well enough with point-to-point. Like, it's all fun and games when you're doing a test or you're doing something that's known and announced beforehand, like a regular launch. But in a conflict, when two nations are fighting each other and one nation sees a whole bunch of targets coming at them from a suborbital trajectory, like, not great, Bob. It's just something to consider. Like, how do we know what's a point-to-point? Like, we're going to need space air control or something at some point. I know that already kind of exists, but to a greater extent in terms of like international cooperation. Like, how do we flag something? Like on the World War II battlefield, you have a medic, an ambulance or whatever, a medic. They have like the big red cross or whatever. Like, hey, don't shoot me. Like, I don't know. The future is going to be very interesting.
And that's another reason why I think you're not going to see this on the battlefield. Because how can, if you're fighting against a proverbial adversarial nation, how can they discern an incoming missile from an incoming pallet of food? It's a MIRV, but it's multiple MRE and simultaneous impact vehicle. Like, and that's the other reason why I think, like, the people that are worried about, or people that have, in the world that have nuclear deterrence, would have an early warning satellite that would be able to tell the difference. This is why I don't think these things are going to get near the front lines at all. It's military airlift. They'll look at it, they'll see it, they'll be like, oh, the trajectory is that's going to their airfield. They're not going to nuke their own airfield. You know?
Yeah, and it's not worth the escalation to take it out in space.
Mhm.
Probably.
Well, there's some countries out there you never know, but yeah. I think also if there's a way to like figure out, hey, this launched from Wallops Island, there's usually not a nuke or an explosive stuff on it. Because
Yes.
that's the thing is, I think when we think of point to point, it's a question of like SpaceX is more along the lines of let's launch it that we can use it as a form of transportation for people. So someone can launch from one site, land at New York or whatever in 15, 20 minutes, and off you go just by going through space versus Neutron's point to point, which sounds like the main focus for them. They haven't really said much about point to point with people. It sounds like their main focus, since it's not really crew rated, is point to point just for cargo, just for getting supplies and things places.
I mean, another thing to consider, guys, is have you guys read the Neutron payload guide? How that all comes together?
No, please enlighten us.
Okay. So, Kevin, can you get us the whoosh, the swishy footage again?
Cube zoom to it, yes.
I would like to note that I am not the one asking Kevin for all the things. So Kevin,
it's me.
So Kevin should like me.
Dance for me, Kevin. Dance. Kevin's gonna. He doesn't live far away from me.
He's doing it. No, he's doing it. I can see it in the preview. There it is.
All right. So, if you guys understand how Neutron comes together, if it's in the payload user's guide. This whole subassembly, see that? That is your proverbial payload bay, right? So how do you? Okay, say you're landing that thing in a combat zone. All right, it comes back down. It lands. How you getting the stuff out of it? The only place it opens is the top. How you getting that at that? Well, that's 40 feet that way. You're gonna climb up that thing in a hot like drop zone? What are you, crazy? No. How Neutron actually transports payload, if it's going to transport payload, is that entire subassembly quick detaches from the tankage. So you're going to need a crane to get at these supplies. You're not having I mean, I don't know, man. I've never served. I'm a civilian.
You don't think it would just like launch suborbitally, open up, yeet a payload canister, and then this comes back down with the rest of the rocket?
Oh, you could do that. Yeah, if you do that, then yeah. I mean, you'd have to engineer some type of reentry vehicle. But yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
This is me like going way tinfoil hat futurist, but in the same way that a shipping container sort of changed how we did shipping goods over the planet, there's going to need to be some sort of like standardized payload container for space. If there's companies that are making pharmaceuticals on orbit, if there's companies that are trying to return resources mined off of asteroids from orbit, if there's companies trying to do cargo point to point, it would be really helpful if each company didn't have to duplicate their efforts and make unique bespoke cargo. Like there should be a unified, solidified, like this is a 20-foot container equivalent space payload canister, but that's probably like 50 years down the line or something.
Like a United Alliance for launches?
Yeah, that'd be nice. Hey, look, there's a payload user guide on screen. I'm talking about the thing that's on screen. Look at me go.
Look at you, Jack. You're a genius or something.
Big brain.
Big brain.
The problem is my laptop screen is tiny. But yes, please continue, EJ.
So, okay, yeah. I mean, it kind of puts a damper on my theory there, of getting the whole stage over there. If they're just popping stuff out of the first stage and you're popping a reentry vehicle out, yes, sure, maybe that could be a lot more viable, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think with Neutron, it makes sense. Like Sawyer, you were saying with SpaceX is thinking about people too. That's true, and the whole Starship comes back down, right? I was in my mind, I was thinking like a whole Neutron first stage is going to come back down. And some people, Jeff Cummins was saying in chat, like, oh, put an access hatch on it. Yeah, you could do that, sure. But I think I jumped the gun on that one. I think you're right, Jack. I think if they're going to do a point to point, they're just going to yeet that thing right out of the.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I think in the payload user guide, that's what they're depicting here. Is they right. Get into space, they yeet it's like get that cargo out of here, and they come back and land. That's cool. I would be really excited when we get to the point where they're doing these tests. It's going to be a really interesting thing to see and hopefully get to shoot for people that can make it out to Wallops. Really neat.
But do you see what I'm talking about? That entire thing that's the wrong way. The entire thing from the test flight, or from the qual testing that we just saw,
Right.
that whole piece comes off in one subassembly for integration.
Right.
Payload's actually put into that thing, and then the stage is actually put in that, and then the whole thing gets stacked on the first stage propulsion tanks, which is pretty interesting. That's what I was saying. Like, you're going to need a crane, but if they're zapping it out, yeah, no, you don't need that.
Eric in chat says payload yeeter guide.
Payload yeeter. So, I mean, another thing to take into account, like I thought about this a little bit more while you guys were talking. Like, the trajectory that this thing is going to take is absolutely not the trajectory an ICBM can take. And anybody that knows anything about rockets, i.e., they have the ability to retaliate with a nuke, right? Any country that's nuclear equipped would know the difference in trajectory. This thing would fly on something similar to the flight tests that SpaceX is doing, right? Because you need a very shallow reentry trajectory if whatever you want to, bring down to the surface, if you want it to stay in one piece when it gets down to the surface, you'd fly a shallow trajectory. ICBMs don't do that. ICBMs go almost straight up.
Some do, but I'm nitpicking. It is possible to fly suppressed trajectories. But I'm nitpicking. Please continue.
Would there be a difference between this and another trajectory?
I mean, I think your point still holds that you would be able to discriminate based on launch site. However, tinfoil hat Jack, if I'm an adversary nation and I'm worried about a country tricking me in some way, I don't know. It's just things to consider. I am a nerd about the Cold War, and I'm a nerd about all the different times, little things like a reflection off of the ocean has triggered a satellite, and then countries have gone into high alert. Like, these are just things we need to think about. I'm not, this is where my brain goes. I don't know what's wrong with me.
No, it's a good question. I'm thinking about it, dude. You asked the question, and now I'm turning the gears. Isn't that what we're supposed to do here?
Yes, it is.
No, you're wrong.
This week on the Flame Trench, EJ makes Jack cry.
I blame Max. It's Max's fault. That's right. He's not even here.
Six String Simpleton is asking if that opening footage was real time. I don't know if we know or not. It feels like it is. What are we looking at here? Looking at what's on screen. Oh, but it went away. When flying horizontal, gravity is aligned with -z. Yeah, payload user guides are cool.
Love it. You learn a lot of information in there.
It's just light bathroom reading,
Yeah, it's just light reading. I like to break a mental sweat too. I also read the dictionary.
Ooh, excuse me.
Reference acknowledged. Blue Benji 15 is asking, how would the cargo be stored unloaded in the rocket? Aren't the fuel tanks in the way? That's kind of the unique thing about Neutron, right? Like, the second stage is like nestled within the first stage, so that chomper door, so the entire second stage can come out. Like, the payload's still on top of everything, but the second stage lives in this assembly.
As far as I can tell, it's a load reactor in there. So, believe it or not, the second stage is hanging from that. Okay, if you zoom in on the left,
I think Peter
image
Beck has
there,
even said as much when talking about it. Like, the way that, because it's basically the second stage is a balloon tank, like a Centaur. Like, the loads have to be distributed in a very specific way. Neat.
Yeah, see where the 219 measurement is, or 5579. It's over there, EJ. That is, there's a load reactor there, and that's where everything hangs. Oh, Ozone over in my chat is saying that the point-to-point award is for cargo missions to an atoll. You see, that's what I'm saying. We're not going to the front lines here. It's going to other.
Well, yeah, I
airbases.
mean, as a
You'd be able to
test,
know the
it's like
difference.
when you're testing, like when they do ICBM tests out of Vandenberg, they shoot them at Quadge. Like, if you're doing a cargo test, for sure, shoot it at Quadge or some kind of atoll, because if something goes wrong, there's nothing out there.
Hey,
Operationally, who knows? But I take your point.
There's this great one I've heard of. I think it was called Baikonai, something along those lines. I don't know. Apparently it's not really inhabited right now. I don't know exactly why, but that might be a good one.
Alex, are you really busting my chops here about me pronouncing something wrong in chat?
To be fair, I have given him crap for pronouncing things wrong on stream while he's been on stream. So you can blame me for that. I'll take the bullet for Alex.
Pusher, he says.
Yeah, he's referencing in our back channel the word that I always give him a guff for. Oh man, but we should, what we should do? We should try and get Peter Beck on for another interview to talk about Neutron some more.
Yes, you and I need to do that again.
Can he bring in this production value?
I mean, he might just do that with his presence.
Zoom extraordinaire.
I mean, we could bring it. All right, well,
dude,
go ahead.
I've seen a lot of support coming through.
You read my mind. You read my mind. Dude. I was about to say, all right, well, that's a lot for Neutron. Let's do some support. Tyler Bell, thank you for the super chat there. They say, hoping Sawyer starts the stream with I'm not going to read that out loud. But no, he did not start the stream with that. Sorry. Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew, pew. Does Kevin have the...
Pew, pew, pew. He was just saying earlier it wasn't working.
Yeah, no, that's why I gave him time. That was even better, Kevin. Better than normal. Thank you, Ninja Decimator. Regular in chat, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. As a reminder, if you want to get gifted a membership, just be active in chat. You might just get one, like from Devin here, who gifted 20. Holy cow. Thank you, Devin. Hey, we got the pew-pews back. For real, though, thank you, everybody. Bideford, $50. As usual, always love seeing Bideford's name in chat. Thank you so much. Absolutely huge amount of support. So here's more pun tokens for each of you. Happy 1-year anniversary of the Flame Trench with my 4 faves. Aw. Thank you, Bideford.
Hi, Bideford.
Hi. Ethereal Swordsman, thanks, Bud. They say, hey, guys, I heard NASA's making a wait, should I read this before I say it out loud?
No, it's fine. I read it. I like it.
Hey, guys, I heard NASA is making a special drink to help astronauts on the moon sleep better. It's sugar-free even. It's called Zero Gravity.
That's why I said you could read it. I saw that pun earlier. I was so excited about it.
Thanks. I'm not mad that you let me do that. Thank you.
Of
Chris
course.
becoming a Red Team member. Phil becoming a Red Team member. Dougal gifting 5 Red Team memberships. What's up, Dougal? Chris as well with a super chat. Thank you. They say, what has kept me around is the genuine enthusiasm that everyone at NSF in what they do and the amazing commentary. Das, don't give up doing update videos. Yay. Thank you for the kind words. Hokey, holy cow, Hokey with a whole bunch of support. One of those might have been an accident. They say, keep up the good work, y'all. Thank you so much, WB Hokey 13. That is absolutely excellent. With a $52 super for a year, 52 weeks of Flame Trench. KPD Warham? I am butchering her name. I'm sorry. Thank you for the super.
Burgundy?
What was that? Huh? Eh?
I'm Ron Burgundy?
Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Miko Y, thank you so much. WB Hokey again. They say, oops, I did it twice. Here's to round up to 154. Holy cow, dude. Thank you. Also, Space Pope, the Space Pope, saying, bless this trench. Thank you, Space Pope. Bless your reptilianness.
The real Pope may change, but the Space Pope will never change.
Never. Especially not in our hearts. Wow, Kevin breaking out all the sound effects. And Miko Y, thank you for the support. They say, quick technical question. Is one of the Starbase cameras pointed into EJ's house window? Yes. Or is he streaming with a camera borrowed from a fridge or toaster? No. Focus webcam fund. EJ, is this just like a meme at this point? Like, I never think that your camera looks bad. What's the deal?
I don't know, dude. It doesn't look bad on my stream unless you guys are doing something.
I blame Kevin.
I mean, it has your face on it, but otherwise it's fine.
Oh, dude. All right.
Got him.
Oh, God. Ow.
That's all right. He's old. He'll survive.
Hey,
that one hurt, but I'm all right.
What's up?
Speaking of NSF Lives, right?
Yeah.
I just pulled up the Peter Beck NSF Live. Jack, you actually set up lights for that interview.
I did.
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at
remember,
look at the
okay, inside baseball. Remember before we started the stream when you were like, you're trying to do things right and you were like acting surprised? See, sometimes I do try and do things right.
You do.
Well, that does look awful,
right
though. I look awful.
right
I look like a weird...
But you set up lights.
I did one thing. I didn't do it right, but I did it.
And we were
You know?
impressed at his setup. I think he actually went into a studio on a weekend to do that for us, which was nice.
I do remember
Whoa.
that. Yeah.
Always appreciate when folks give us their time, especially CEOs who have surely many, many, many more important and taxing things to be worrying about. But yeah, I want to talk Neutron, so we should make. I'm making a mental note. But that is, I think, good for Neutron. Thank you all for the insane support. And if you have any questions as we continue on the show, I think I forgot to say this at the top of the show, but we've been doing this for a year now, so you should know. Just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we'll get your questions coming through in some software we have running in the background. All right, I guess we should talk about a certain place in Texas where rockets and rocket engines and rocket accessories, boy, I tell you what, are tested.
Yeah, and it's not Starbase. It's SpaceX's other site in McGregor, Texas, which, of course, you know from the ever so famous McGregor Live 24/7 feeds at NSF. So basically, we saw something very confusing. We saw Booster 1091, which is a brand new booster for
Nice and
Falcon.
shiny.
Yeah, doing the whole routine pre-launch acceptance stuff and everything. We figured, all right, it's either just it looks like a Falcon Heavy core, cool. But it actually had different features on it. It had no SpaceX or Falcon 9 logo on its tankage, which is what we're used to seeing for the Falcon Heavy cores. Its octawebs actually had the inserts that are used to attach the side boosters. Because for those who don't know, the core booster, we've always said they can't use the core booster for the Falcon 9 sides because it's built up heavier. The walls are thicker. It's designed. Consider the fact that when you get the loads applying on it from launch, they're all going to go into that central point, that being the center core from those side boosters. So that center core has to be able to take a lot of brute force. The walls are made a lot thicker. You've got the attachment point set up for the side cores. So we always thought, oh, it will never happen. But it has the black inner stage now too. The markings are different. What's going on? Could we potentially see a Falcon Heavy core stage used as a Falcon 9? We've seen Falcon 9 / side core interchanged before, but not core stage.
I think we are, because if Kevin scrolls down and we see that tweet from John Edwards, SpaceX's vice president of Falcon and Dragon, it is in fact a Falcon Heavy center core that will fly in a single stick configuration a handful of times before being reconfigured and flying as a Falcon Heavy. That's wild.
Yep.
The quote, this way we get some use out of it while Heavy customer finishes up the payload, also while reducing risk as it will be flight proven. This is, I don't think something any of us expected, but I mean, when laid out like this, makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, we flat out said on streams before, oh, they don't reuse the center core stage because it's specially designed for Falcon Heavy, so it's not like they could recover that and then convert it to a Falcon 9. Well, we're wrong. Turns out it can be a single stick rocket and then go to Falcon Heavy.
I mean, it could have been true at the time, and it could have changed as they get a better feel of the margins on regular Falcon 9 and know, like, hey, this if we do this, we're going to take a performance hit in this way, but we've gotten so many gains from all the optimizations through Falcon 9 throughout the years that, gains. We'll have, look at those guns. Where's the gun show? Oh, it's in EJ's house.
So it's all about them farmers' tan. It's all about them gains, dog.
I don't even
You can see it
remember
because
what
the
I was
Starbase
saying.
lights in your window.
No, the gains for Falcon 9.
Right,
Make it
so-
so you
so
can
at
be
this
more
point,
flexible with how you make them.
Yeah, even if they're taking a performance hit because it's a Falcon Heavy center core flying single stick, they know well enough at this point, like, oh, we have these payloads that don't require all the performance of a regular Falcon 9, so we can fly it on this weirdo single stick heavy core. It makes a lot of sense. We have a special treat here. I don't know if I'm supposed to announce the title of the segment, but the title of the segment is Ryan Caton discussion points that I think are cool and smart, and that's definitely not written for me to say. That's what I actually think.
It's
First.
totally not written in Comic Sans either.
Right. First, because Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 boosters are of a fundamentally different design, again, Falcon Heavy boosters are built heavier, no pun intended. Does this mean Falcon Heavy has now a 3-core and 1-core config? Ugh, I hate this question.
Oh God.
I guess. Part of me wants to say no, it's a Falcon 9, but it's demonstrably not. So
It's like that meme with the butterfly. Is this a Falcon 9?
I don't know, EJ. What do you think?
It's doing Falcon 9 things. So, sure, why not?
But it's built different.
How do you know?
Because it's a Falcon Heavy center core, which are by nature built different.
How do you know?
Because
I'm serious. Like, think about that for a second. How do you know? We know that SpaceX talked about that the Falcon Heavy center core needed to be different, but when was the last time they said that? The last time they said that was like 2018, 2019, maybe. How do we know? Maybe they standardized it. It's possible. Why wouldn't it be?
I mean, because I imagine they want to save the margin on regular Falcon 9.
Maybe the Block 5 design, they figured out that you don't need to build the margin in. It's possible. Why? Like, once again, how do you know?
I don't.
Like, I mean, we're clearly here. We're seeing a Falcon Heavy center core that can blatantly do Falcon 9 things. So maybe it just has Jack could have the mass built into it already. But if it's going to do a Falcon 9 mission, I guess the right thing to be looking for is, if that booster gets put on other duty, what payload does it launch and where's the payload going? Like, for instance, if it does a Starlink mission, right? If 1091 does a Starlink mission, let's see if it's carrying less Starlink V2 minis than a regular kind of garden variety Falcon 9. Then you'll know.
That'll be the tell. Yeah, good point.
Yep.
Yeah, also, there's not been enough Falcon Heavy launches for us to even kind of get that knowledge. So that's why 2018 was probably the most recent, because that's when they had the ambitions to launch as many. And now, as they kind of pointed out there, they're kind of waiting for the customers. The rockets are ready. It's just the payloads aren't.
Yep. All right, we
Falcon's
have.
super heavy.
Please inject it into my veins.
4 side boosters.
Yeah, please. Asparagus staging. Let's go.
Could that get to the moon?
Falcon Heavy.
Both made the same nerd sound.
I think Falcon Heavy can get to the moon right now.
Actually.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another Ryan Caton discussion point by Ryan Caton that I think are totally cool and smart. And that one is,
you, Ryan.
Because this is a Falcon Heavy center core, does this mean that the first Falcon Heavy center core to be successfully recovered back to port could be in a single stick config? Meaning that from now on, we'll have to say Falcon Heavy center core has never been recovered in a 3-core config.
I hate these questions.
It's simultaneously technically correct, but also reeks of like ATM machine. Or like 5 a.m. in the morning. Like,
But here's the other thing then that just brings to mind. What happens if something goes wrong? Maybe because they haven't landed a Falcon Heavy core before, maybe it's a little too heavy on landing. Maybe it tips over like the one that landed actually did. Whatever the case is, what happens if you lose this booster? Then what do you do for the Falcon Heavy flights that you have scheduled upcoming?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I feel like I'm about to get a nosebleed.
Yeah.
You all right?
Blue Benji in chat asking, Falcon Heavy center core can be landed and reused, correct? Hasn't happened yet, but yes, in theory. Hey, look, we have prints. In fact, we have Falcon Heavy prints.
Oh,
the cool thing
that's
about
a
prints
nice print.
is you get something in return for supporting us, which you're doing to a huge degree, but also a cut of the sale goes to the photographer who shot the image, which is like hugely helpful. Hugely helpful for when it comes to replacing damaged equipment or upgrading equipment or just getting more equipment so that we have more chances to place cameras like that in the field to get images like that captured. Honestly, like between the YouTube vagaries and the algorithm stuff, like the member program and the store are huge ways to support us. And again, Metal Prints, you're supporting the photographer directly as well. So check it out, Kevin. I see, I'm talking about what's on screen. I'm good. I can do job. I am job.
I am Job.
No, you are Yak.
Also, yes.
Yes.
Do we have any questions regarding heavy center core?
Well, Alex linked up another user's guide. He linked up the Falcon Payload user's guide, which was updated in 2020, March 14th, 2025.
Ooh.
It still says in there that the center core is heavier tank wall or thicker tank wall. So it is built. It is like, that's what I mean. I wanted to know that for sure. The center core is actually built stronger. So yeah, this. Wait a minute. Does that mean this is the stubby nozzle of Falcon 9 first stages because it's going to lack performance?
It has lower performance, but it gets the job done. Yes. This is Falcon Heavy.
No.
This is Falcon Heavy S, and the S is for stubby.
Now you're going to make me hate this booster. Don't do that.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I hate it a lot.
I kind of love it.
Oh, no.
No.
I will never forgive you for this.
Like, imagine if NASA took the engine section off a shuttle, stapled it to an external tank, and then just put a fairing on top of the external tank. It's just like, it's so cursed.
I think I need to throw up. Hang on. Jeez.
What, you don't like Shuttle C?
I mean, yeah, but this is not
like
not
this.
when we're talking about like this. Not like this, Jack.
This.
You know what's really funny about Shuttle C? They built mock-ups for that. So Shuttle C was a cargo variant of the shuttle. So basically, instead of the shuttle, you have the shuttle engine section on the side of the tank, and then basically a payload fairing in front of it, right?
Big pod.
They looked at it and they were like, "This is a really good idea. We should do this. We should do this." And then they looked at it again and said, expending RS-25s is really expensive. We probably shouldn't do that. And then they never did it. Yeah, that's weird.
If only they could have used RS-68s.
That's kind of gets the noggin jogging there a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh my God, Jay just posted a photo of Shuttle C in the background. Well, an image. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, but that fixed service structure doesn't have a crane on it.
All right, I think we've covered the Ryan Caton discussion points that I think are cool and smart.
Ooh. Wait, what's coming into the turning basin over here? Hold on.
Is that a big tank?
Yeah.
Is that happening right now?
That is right
Space
now.
Coast Live?
What
Thanks
do
for pointing
we
that
have
out.
here?
Quick, EJ, go get a hot dog bun.
I could do a good impression of a hot dog.
What the?
Not where I was going, but all right. It's good. It's really good.
That's I wonder who that thing is. For.
There's no way that it's for SpaceX. I'll say that.
How do you know?
Because
Jack?
Because I'm trying to be really sarcastic. Because it seems like reasonable that might be for SpaceX. I don't know that, but
Well, thanks for telling us that.
Stop! You're gonna make me want bagels.
Now I'm getting in front of it.
That's right. You don't need actual bagels anyway. It's fine. Sorry to barge in there. I'll turn basing the topic around.
Why?
Because I'm me and I can't stop it. Help!
It's been a year. It's been a year.
It's been a year.
Like, you would think you would know at this point.
There it is.
Before the show, Kevin was like, we're not going to have all the sound effects for this show. And yet, he brought out the groan. No, that was good.
Gage says we saw a SpaceX. Gage says we saw a SpaceX truck parked next to it earlier. That was in the back channel. So
to the Falcon Heavy Center Core?
I would assume that Gage is talking about.
Oh, to that.
Yeah.
The tank and the turn basin at KSC. Got it.
That could be a Falcon Heavy Center Core if you're brave enough.
Anything could be a Falcon Heavy Center Core if you try hard enough, yeah.
There you go.
All right, good stuff. Let's move on to our next topic. SLS is stacked.
Yeah, you guys remember? See, that reference I was saying about Shuttle C is I was trying to see what I was trying to do. I was trying to get the
Oh yeah, I'm bad at this.
yeah
I kinda
yeah
get
yeah.
it.
Oh, okay, yeah. They didn't do Shuttle C because throwing our S-25s in the ocean is really, really, really not cost effective. Anyway, SLS is stacked. Artemis 2 is stacked. NASA is assembling the rocket that will fly the Artemis 2 mission. And on May 1st, exploration, I think this is still EGS. EGS, which is Exploration Ground Systems, integrated the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or the ICPS, on top of the SLS in the vehicle assembly building. With that, you basically have the full stack. The only thing that's really left for them to put on there is the Orion, the staging adapter, and then obviously the Artemis 2 Orion, which is at the multi-payload processing facility right now, getting its service module filled up. Orion will connect to the top of the ICPS, and then after that, you put the launch abort. Actually, Orion's going to go get the launch abort system put on it, and then they're going to crown the whole thing. And that basically gives you a full Artemis 2 mission, which is the second SLS Block 1 to be stacked. There they are. They're moving Orion out of the operations and checkout building there. That's the ONC. That is where they assemble Orions and integrate them to European service modules. That's also where every Apollo CSM was made, for the people that care. And then they're gonna roll it out there, and they're rolled it to the multi-payload processing facility, which is a nice way of saying a spaceflight gas station. See, let's go. There you go. And see, it says it right there. That's what they're doing. So that's basically the last thing that they have to throw on there. The stack's basically ready to go. With the whole stack complete, NASA should be ready for launch, which is currently scheduled for April of 2026. Which begs the question, why did they finish the stack now? It's something that it's a little strange. Now, they do have to do tests with this core. They did change a couple of things with the pad between Artemis 1 and now Artemis 2. There's a couple of things that have changed, like armoring up the doors to make sure the doors don't fly off the mobile launcher during the SRB overpressure ignition event. Blew the doors off the mobile launcher. First one did.
The mobile launcher took a beating on Artemis 1.
Mm-hmm.
It got roasted.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So they have to do more testing to make sure that all their upgraded systems work. But why stack now? It's a very interesting question. I don't know if necessarily that means we'll see Artemis 2 earlier, but it does kind of get the noggin jogging again there. That's the second time I've said that this stream. That's good. It's kind of curious, like why you'd get that all stacked up and ready to go now when you're not launching in a year. I mean, even with all the testing that they do, that's still leaving a lot of nominal time between now and a launch. You know, I don't know. Do you guys think it's going to launch earlier? It's hard to say. I need to see I would need to see the roadmap of testing, I guess, to really make absolutely sure. Jack, what do you think?
I mean, I'll totally defer to Sawyer and folks that are actually out at the Cape that have kind of been keeping their finger on the pulse a little bit closer. Yeah. But
Sawyer?
Rockets so often move right. They very rarely move left, but it does happen. But yeah, I don't know. Sawyer, what do you think?
I think it's really going to come down to the testing itself. So what testing, like EJ was saying, what testing actually needs to be done? I mean, they are planning months of this testing regime. So we're talking probably at least 4 or 5 months of just testing the rocket, testing all the systems, testing all the infrastructure after the damage from Artemis 1. I think they learned a lot from Artemis 1 and SLS's first flight, so they want to test those changes and improvements that they've made. And then keep in mind, they're going to roll it out, do all the tests with it, probably potentially roll it back again, who knows. We also don't know where Orion is in terms of all of the safety details with it, how much longer for fueling. Are there still questions about the thermal protection system? I mean, it seems like they've kind of got it worked out given that they wrapped it up and sent it over to get fueled, but there's still a lot of questions. I think it all depends on what testing still needs to be done. And then also they need to actually launch it, hopefully on the first attempt, not months later.
You didn't even know you didn't realize you made a pun, did you? You don't even realize it. You just did it naturally, just unconsciously.
What did I do?
You said once they wrapped it up and sent it over, like when they finished. But also
Oh,
they
yes.
do wrap it up and send, like they literally.
Yeah,
wrap it.
I totally planned that.
It's just in your DNA, Sawyer.
I can't get rid of it. Help! I'm stuck in a pun factory.
We need to get you a pun vaccine or something.
He's stuck in a temporal pun loop.
A pun seract? Hyper pun?
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep. So, I see a couple people bring this up in chat, and I'll go there against my better judgment. I think it wouldn't be an unreasonable extrapolation to think that they're probably doing this quickly to show that they can do this quickly, but also I don't think that's the primary goal why they stacked quickly, because this SLS came together quite fast comparatively. This stack was done very, very quickly compared to Artemis 1. Artemis 1 did take a little bit of time to get together, except, put together. This was definitely integrated faster, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. I would have to wait.
Mhm.
Wait, it did. I was going to say I'd have to wait till Alex, says like, no, it took this long in the.
I mean,
in the back end.
anecdotally, it did feel faster. I'm not Alex. Me not smart. Me just point camera, push button. But it did feel faster.
Yeah. So I suppose it'd be something to consider, but I kind of talked myself through it a second ago, and Sawyer, you kind of on the same page. Like, it definitely seems like they went quicker, because April 2026 at the rate that they go at is very, very close. That's really close. If you're using like kind of old space time frames, that might as well be next week. So I think they stacked it fast much more because they need to retest everything with the mobile launcher. They need to retest all the systems. They did some tweaks to the water systems. If I'm remembering right, I need to watch more Phil Sloss videos. Should do that. Those are so good. They're so good. They're amazing. The tidbits of information are very juicy. Hi, Phil. You're the man. You need to. Yeah, I think it's because of all the extra testing that they have to do because of all the changes. But I wouldn't rule it out that it's showing that they can go faster. But I don't think that's the primary reason, dudes.
I mean,
I really don't.
From a PR perspective, I guess especially with everything going on with SLS, might only fly 3 times kind of thing. It certainly couldn't hurt that we're not waiting around for a stacked rocket. Like, I don't think that's a primary motivator, but it certainly isn't a bad thing to be able to say, "Hey, look, it's stacked. We're progress. We're not just sitting around suckling at the teat of the government." I tried really hard to think of another way to say that. I tried really hard. That's all. That's what my brain gave me. But it's an apt metaphor, I think, because a lot of people think that's what NASA does. I think it's a government welfare program. So showing your work, doing the long division, as it were, and putting this out as a PR move is worthwhile. Maybe not worthwhile to stack the rocket just for that, but certainly an added bonus.
And
I would always argue that. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, one thing to keep in mind with this particular launch too, there will be people on it. This is the first crew launch of SLS. The first time there will be humans on board. They are going to take every single extra step to be extra careful and extra sure that the rocket they are going on is safe and ready and reliable, and the ground systems are ready and reliable. So I think part of the reason of getting it stacked as soon as they did is so they can do the probably more extensive testing that they would need, given this will be a human launch.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. But that's a very valid point. Hey, look, an Artemis print. I think we have I'm not sure what's still in the store because we do keep the prints fresh. But there are some really good prints from. Oh yeah, that's the one, the Brady one. Also, this one is amazing. The engines, yes, absolutely. Again,
so they're
prints.
The fresh prints.
Oh my God, Bel Air. Yes, of Bel Air. Yes, of Starbase. The lightning, though, that's a very special image and also a very special memory. Brady knocked that one out of the park, and I'll always remember standing on the roof of the NSF hut at the media site there, trying to get some lightning shots with Brady and Michael and the gang. It was a good time. I think Thomas as well. And Chris. Jeez. Anyway, there's also paper prints. Like if you don't want metal prints, if you're not trying to get in on that, like there's also paper prints. Whole bunch of ways to support us. You get
It's
the
just
deal.
Chris G, not Chris G's.
Oh,
You too?
jeez.
All right. All right. All right.
I wish we could put Kevin in jail. Is there a way we can make the graphic put Kevin in jail? Is that a thing we can do? No, but also speaking of support, Alan C, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Dash Riptide, thank you so much. They say, why does EJ look like Les Grossman today? Also, do you think Neutron would eventually be a resupply cargo to space
Welcome to the goodie
station
room.
in Leo? Yeah, I could see Neutron supplying a space station. Absolutely. I think that's bread and butter for a reusable first stage. Just like a Falcon 9. I don't know who that is, but I take it to you're doing that what that person does. Did I just out myself?
You never seen Tropic Thunder?
No.
Tropic Thunder, it's like my Catcher in the Rye.
Okay, I'll have to watch it. Is that also a reference?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to watch it.
It's a threefold meta reference right there. If you got it, good for you.
Nice. I feel like I've failed you, but also, I can't be perfect. Six String Simpleton can be, though, because they did another $5 super. Thank you. They say, EJ brought the spice to NSF. Sawyer brought the puns. I just hope that Glennie brought enough bacon for everyone. Well done with the show, gentlemen. I always bring enough bacon for everyone. I routinely cook bacon for people here whenever they show up for a lunch. I cooked bacon for you, didn't I, EJ?
You did. It was
Yeah.
delicious.
Why, thank you. Unlike a certain other NSF contributor, I do not burn bacon.
Wow.
That person will remain nameless. Jamin,
No, you should.
It's D. It's D. D burns bacon.
Microwaves it.
And microwaves it. Jamin knows also with a $20 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much. Bunch of different ways to support us. Tips goes straight to us, doesn't go through Google or anything like that. So always appreciate people that take the time to do that. Congrats on 1 year of the Flame Trench, they say. It's an awesome way to wrap up the week. Here's to 50 and many, many more hangouts. Absolutely. That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Now Long March 5.
Long March 5. The Rocket Girl
Now Long March
with
5.
a $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. They say little birthday cheesecake fun for the 1 year of the Flame Trench. Oh, God, I'm getting hungry. Thank you. Chromatic gifting a Red Team membership. Ethereal Swordsman with a super chat saying, SLS, Moldy Space, are you listening? SLS with 4 SRBs like Ariane 64. Actually, even better. SLS with 9 boosters, with 3 of them air started like Delta 2. Maybe they should make an SLS light by putting a stage just on a single SRB. Yeah, that was called Ares 1, buddy. We all love it here. We all love it here, Sawyer. We all
Yes,
love
we
it
do,
here.
Sawyer.
We all
Yeah.
love it here.
No.
Yeah.
Help, they're
Yeah.
attacking me.
Yeah.
Help me
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the best
I'm going to
vehicle
stay
ever.
locked in this pun factory then. I don't have to be with them.
Oh, good deals. Thank you guys, seriously, for supporting us. It really means the world. It's wild that we get to do this as our jobs, and it's not just the 3 people or whoever it happens to be on whatever stream you're watching. It's an entire giant team of people like Ryan, who's a jerk and takes screenshots of my horrible looking face and posts it in the back channel while I'm trying to have a moment of thanks with our illustrious viewers.
Trying so hard to bite my tongue seeing that picture.
I like Ryan. Ryan's cool.
I do like Ryan. Cool. You know what else I like? Moving on to the next topic.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Depends on the topic.
All right, cool. What's the
Topic.
next topic then? It depends.
Is, of course, Starbase. What's going on in Starbase, Jack? Well,
Yeah.
that's a funny question. You should ask me that, Jack, because I'm here in Starbase once again. I can't keep it up.
Wait, was that
Why not, dude?
Jack
That was
or
a good
Rack?
bit.
Good. Yeah, I should have done Jack and Rack. I failed.
Rack Dryer and Jack Buyer. There you go.
But you're not in Starbase. Where are you, Jack?
I am in Starbase. Well, I guess technically I'm in Brownsville. I'm in unincorporated Brownsville. But if I look at the screen and talk about what's on camera, then I'm in Orion. And my name is Glennie, which is like some interesting foreshadowing if they end up ever flying Orion on Glennie.
Yeah.
See? I can talk about what's on
That'd be
screen.
a good
Kevin.
idea.
Good job. Proud of you.
Thanks. Do I get a cookie?
Yeah, sure.
What kind?
Chocolate chip. Oatmeal raisin?
Ew! No, chocolate chip. Let's
I
go.
love oatmeal raisin.
Ew! Who likes raisins? Nobody likes raisins.
I
I
like
like
raisins.
oatmeal raisin.
I love raisin.
Snickerdoodle cookies is where it's at, though.
Yeah,
Ooh.
fair. That's fair. But yeah,
Yep.
Starship, am I right? They finally rolled out the launch mount this week. That was really neat. Here you can see
a
it
great
sitting
stream.
at the launch site. Is this live, Kevin?
Live from Starbase, Texas.
Nice. We can say that now. But yeah, launch mount is now hanging out at the launch site. Hasn't been lifted yet, as you can see. It's just sort of staged right there. But I don't know what Kevin has ready. I'm not even looking at the preview because I'm a bad host. But
I
the cool
actually
thing
have
is,
nothing ready.
oh, that's fun. The cool
I fell
thing
behind.
is, the cool thing is,
Well,
is
get
that we
up
did a
then.
flyover. Like that bird just flew by.
Hey.
Yeah, like I think initially we thought that they were going to sort of lift it immediately. And when it became clear that we had a little bit of time, Caesar and I jumped in the air the day after roll and managed to get some shots of it at the launch site and of the flame bucket installed in the trench, which our previous flyover, it had just rolled out but hadn't been, or it had just before it was rolling out. So we have shots now from the air of the trench without the bucket. We have shots from the air of the trench with the bucket. And then once they put the mount on top, we'll have that. So we'll be able to see the full progression of construction from like flat dirt to trench to concrete line trench to the whole 9 yards. And there's a shot from said flyover. So that'll be coming out in more detail on Starbase Update this week. But if you remember, you already got a bunch of these images, like a couple hundred, I think. So yeah, that was a treat, I gotta say.
Hey, can we zoom in on those crane mats real quick? I just need to see something.
Does Kevin know what a crane mat is? That's my question.
I was
I
just
also wanted
unmuting to ask what the heck is a crane mat?
It's the wood. It's the wooden loggy things they always put underneath the cranes.
It-
The
the
mats
ties
that
that
the
are,
crane is on.
They're called crane mats.
yeah.
You're doing right. Yeah, keep going.
I can't go any further.
Can you scroll?
Oh.
Can you tilt? Not pan. I don't know. Pan down. What is it in a still image?
Move.
Translate the camera downwards.
Give me 64 to 32. Enhance.
Enhance.
Yeah.
Enhance. Enhance. Enhance.
But what about
Enhance.
the mats? What's up with that
Enhance.
crane mats?
Oh, I just wanted to see them. Like I noticed this when I peeped these pictures the other day.
What kind of truck is it?
Chevy.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, you were looking at the mats the other day.
So I was looking at the mats, and one of my buddies, who's a crane operator for somebody that lifts things. Yeah, I know, really descriptive. He was telling me that the mats really aren't in the right spot. Like there's still a bunch of them that are just sitting there on the side. And so another poignant thing that was pointed out is that there's not enough there with how they want to move the crane. Now this information did end up going public. There was somebody that works for Buckner
Yeah, they
that
posted
showed how
that lift plan, right?
the diagram, right? So what they're going to do is they're going to lift the OLM is going to be in front of the cranes, so in between the cranes and the flame trench, and they're going to lift it up with two of these things hooked into the hold down points on the OLM, and then the cranes are actually going to roll forward. They're going to move forward towards the flame trench with the OLM hanging, and
Not only
then
do
they're
they
gonna
have
set
to
it-
lift simultaneously and in coordination
Yep.
with each other, they have to roll the cranes in coordination with each other. That is wild. I wonder if they
Yep.
can do like with locomotives, they can like put one locomotive and like deadhead it up into the other one so that just like it's slaved to it. I can't imagine they can slave one crane to the other for a roll like that, but
no,
geez.
they'll set the values on the crane to move very, very, very slow, and they'll move in unison. The two
That's
operators will
fascinating.
move in unison. But okay, so the point that I'm trying to get at is that there's not enough crane mats there. My buddy was telling me that there ain't enough crane mats there, so the lift is a little ways off. We're a little ways off from the OLM lift.
So this was
there's not-
shot on, what was it, Wednesday? And it looks in this image like there's a telehandler and a crane working with the crane mats in this shot. So maybe they're in the process of doing that reconfiguration, and that's why we've seen this delay.
Yeah, at the time of this photo was taken, when I peeped it, my buddy was telling me there's not enough mats, so it's probably going to be a couple of days, maybe a week before we see that lift. I mean, keep in mind, you took this picture when, like 3 or 4 days ago?
Yeah, I think it was Wednesday, if memory serves. It's all a blur,
Yep. Yeah, I do. Starbase guys, when you're down at Starbase, time dilation exists. Like it is a vacuum of time. It'll just I was down there and I'm like, I'm going to be down here for 3 days. I ended up being down there for a week.
Gage is
It's
still
very
here.
strange. Gage is still there.
That's how it happens.
He's been there since February, man.
All right.
So yeah, you showed that picture, and I just think it was cool to show, like, at the time, like they're not ready to do that move. I just thought it'd be cool things for people to know about. But these pictures are great, Jack. Just on a side note.
Dude, thank you. That means a lot. The aerial photos are the most challenging. Like aerial photos of Starbase are the most challenging thing I feel like I have to do for NSF.
Yep.
Like it's mentally demanding. It's physically demanding. Like to get a shot like this, the plane has to be in like a 30-degree bank, so that I have a clear field of view. Because otherwise, the tire is going to be in the way or something. To get the angle just right. Also, when you have a really long lens and you're sticking it out into the wind stream out of the window, it's getting hit.
Geez.
And so to get the sharpest shot possible, you want to try and shield the lens from that. So the plane needs to be flying in a certain orientation, in a certain direction relative to the prevailing. And I'm like standing kind of crouching on the seat, trying to like hold the camera up and out of the way. It's a lot. It's a lot. So thank you. I appreciate it. I love doing those flyovers, but
You need
it's
BTS of
challenging.
that.
I think Caesar might have shot some. I'll ask him if he's up a little bit. But
yeah, Ryan Weber in the back channel said both cranes are in place, and the SpaceX 11K now has its B2 Stinger and is being loaded with CWs.
Counterweights.
Yep. Yeah.
Can we just ask them to use the Pope vent, like the actual Pope decision, just black locks if it's not going to lift today, and regular locks if it is, or nitrogen or whatever?
I'm on board with this, but the idea of black locks terrifies me. I don't want to know why it's black, and I don't want to be anywhere near it, and I don't want any of our equipment anywhere near it either, because it just gives me bad vibes.
What's the worst that could happen?
I don't know. Ask Booster
Ryan.
7.
Oh.
Dang.
or SN4.
The methane will be igniting the flare, right?
Yeah. So yeah, let's see what else is going on in Starbees. Meanwhile, regulatory paperwork for a roll to Massey's has emerged, which we are thinking means they're going to roll 35 out to Massey's for another static fire test, given the yikes that we saw on the previous static fire.
Didn't I also see a roll from the launch site to Massey's?
I think there might be a weird one that's like Massey's to the launch site. So it might be that if 35 static fire goes good, they roll it straight from Massey's to the launch site and bypass the production site. Another thing that happened this week, because Kevin's showing it on screen, so I can talk about it, is
Who are you? Want to be done with Jack?
I get Sawyer to laugh every time.
I'm easy to make laugh, okay?
I say it and I look at you and I'm like, all right, it landed. Let's move on. Another cool thing that happened this week was the environmental assessment was finalized. Pad B regulatory has been signed off on, and 24 launches a year from Starbase has been approved, which is a huge deal. Oh, God, why, Kevin?
Slow.
Is this how you get me to look at the screen? Is this how you do it? But yeah, the final tiered environmental assessment is out. That is really cool. If you guys remember, way back when, there was the preliminary environmental assessment, then there was the programmatic environmental assessment, and now we have the final tiered environmental assessment, which includes all the mitigations that were proposed and needed, and SpaceX said, well, we'll do this. And so, yeah, pretty big milestone, and 25 launches a year approved from Starbase. That's 2 a month. How long do you guys think it'll take us until we're at a 2 a month cadence from Starbase?
The
reality the time distortion field is real here, because I simultaneously want to say next year, but that kind of depends on not blowing up ships anymore.
That last part that you said, that part I think is very contingent on
it's contingent
how it really depends on doing that whole not showering the Turks and Caicos in spacecraft debris,
right?
I think if the next flight is successful, right? Like, I think we could approach that. I think SpaceX will approach that by the end of the year. Yeah, I think that's possible. I can hear Ryan Weber in the back channel going.
I mean, I do
probably
think
making a noise like that.
It's possible. It is possible. Sawyer, like how long? What's your gut? Because there's also the Kennedy Space Center pad coming online in play as well.
Right. I mean, they say by the end of the year. I think that'll probably be early 26. If I had to guess, I think they're going to get to the pace of 2 a month by the end of next year, but we'll actually see minimum 2 launches a month in 2020.
7.
Oh, yes, 7. Yeah. But I think by 26, at some point, they'll reach the cadence of 2 a month. It just won't be, the entire year.
Yeah, it makes sense. Another thing in the assessment, which Ryan in our back channel is correcting me, that there have been a couple of tiered environmental assessments, so there is that. But one of the updates that we got here is the proposed action, as you can see on the right. There will have less time for Starship static fire engine tests, 90 seconds as compared to 150, and they would need to be during the daytime. Also, it's gone from one of the allotted launches a year, previously 5, being able to be nighttime. Now it's 3 nighttime out of the 25, so 22 daytime, 3 nighttime. But less seconds across the board for Starship and Super Heavy static fires in the proposed action here, which is interesting. Like, do we think SpaceX is going to do? Do we think space is going to need to do less static fires as the program matures, or do we think they're just going to pay a fine every time they have to do a ship static fire at night, or go over the 90 seconds or something? Because they certainly do that at McGregor, where they test after hours.
What do they do at McGregor? All the time, there will be a random night test when they're supposed to end by a certain point, so that neighbors can go to sleep and not have their windows literally shaken in the middle of the night. Yeah, so I think they're going to, in all honesty, ignore that. It would be nice from a photography standpoint, I think, to have more day launches. It makes it a lot easier for me making YouTube shorts, but I think they're going to blow right through it, if we're being honest.
Dude, Starship nighttime launches. Dude, you don't want that?
I want it so bad. Please inject it into my veins.
Please, dude, that's going to light up the sky like nobody's business, man. It's going to be great.
Whenever that happens, I'm going to sequester myself in a movie theater and just Clockwork Orange, just like full, like for like 3 days, just like, it's going to be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Whoever plays their cards right can be the person who sits next to me and puts the eye drops in.
Or we could just have a couple brewskis and just watch it,
Also good. Yeah, also good.
Well, you don't really do the brewskis during work, more after, because you don't want the shots being as blurry as your vision.
That's true.
Yes, and then we have to make sure we film our reaction in black and white, and then at the end we have to clap like Shia LaBeouf at the end of it.
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf, yes.
Like clap furiously at the end of this night launch footage.
Wow. Let's do a couple questions, maybe. Lawrence is asking, does 35 need another static fire? Can it do so before the proposed launch date on May 19th? That's the $1 million question. That's the question we're all asking ourselves. I think, disagree with me if you do. I think we all sort of expected to do another static fire based on what we saw in road closures and etc.
What if they just send it?
I feel like they would have to. Wait,
that.
You say just send it?
They tried just sending it 2 times, and it blew up and showered Turks and Caicos and debris 2 times.
Yeah, but what if they do it again?
I will be really mad if we don't have a camera that can see it. Is what if.
All right, that's fair.
Max, if you're listening, your job is clear. Make sure we don't miss that.
I mean, if it happens when I'm not in New York, because right now a couple of those dates are exactly when I'm supposed to be in New York, and I'm home, I'll definitely go outside for it. But for now, just for those who are unaware, there are the temporary warnings out, basically, for rocket launch operations May 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 28th. So those are the possible launch dates.
Right. Ryan in our back channel also pointing out we saw an RVAC cart, a Raptor vacuum cart, leaving Mega Bay 2. So another indication maybe some engine chicanery was going on in that last static fire with Ship 35.
They're going to send it again, aren't they?
Here's the
They're
thing.
going to do it.
Here's
They're
the
gonna do
thing,
it.
EJ. I sort of
Yeah.
feel like yes, but I also sort of feel like everybody at SpaceX that's working their tails off was super bummed. Like just anecdotally from seeing people around, everybody was super bummed after both 7 and 8, but especially after 8. So nobody wants it to do that again. But there is I think it's a SpaceX saying. It might be just an aerospace saying. I'm not sure. Fifi, Fi. I'm not going to elaborate on that full acronym, but the latter two words indicate fly it. So
here's my thought, though. I
Fudge it.
get that SpaceX is all about sending it and learning from, their experiences. But,
right.
I mean, if they hadn't already done it twice in a row, I'd say sure. But the fact that they've blown up 2, I don't know if they can get away with a third at this point without there being major questions about the design and major worries about having to redesign everything and an even longer gap between flights. I'd rather them take an extra week or so to check out the one engine and have it work than, send it and then have it not work and grounded for 3 to 6 months.
I mean,
I think you're not wrong. Like if they were at a point where the ships were still blowing up, but they were blowing up like on reentry or in the space portion after SECO, it wouldn't be a good look still, but they would have more latitude to just send it and try and work through those kinks. The fact that it's such a visible failure and the fact that they are having to reroute planes and things like that, like it's just not a good look, especially as everything NASA and Artemis and what have you is in flux and in danger of being canceled outright or refactored or what have you. Like nothing is safe, not even Starship.
Yeah, that's my worry. They have the contracts writing it. They still have to do the lander for Artemis 3, and if they can't even get a regular cargo one with dummy payloads into, the suborbital trajectory, how can you prove to NASA and other companies that, oh yeah, we can get you a human-rated one in a short amount of time? I think, like I said, I'd rather them focus the extra time on this vehicle. If it moves a couple days, so be it. You don't want another Flight 7, another Flight 8. We don't want to add Flight 9 to that list.
Yeah, and I think I've said this before, but I'll reiterate. Like in Flight 8 and Flight 9, in Flight 7 and Flight 8, like seeing the ship explode, the debris field in the upper atmosphere, like it's like, oh wow, that's weirdly beautiful, and haha, Starship blew up, or what a shame. It also, to me, and I'm sure to you and EJ, you Sawyer and EJ both, like it also is sort of a deeply, deeply disquieting thing to see. It's just not. We've seen what that looks like when there's people on board, and anything that sort of reminds me of that is just like, no, we don't need any more of those.
Yeah, Kev, can you take me full screen a sec? I wanna talk to chat here. There we go. Chat, how's it going, everyone? Hi, good to see you. I'm Sawyer.
Hi, Sawyer.
We don't want more explosions. Like you said, there's a lot of bad memories for us from the shuttle days. There's a lot that could go wrong. We don't want that. I'm honestly scared, I think, for Flight 9. I've never been scared for a Starship launch. But I'm kind of scared for this one. It feels like there's a lot more riding on this particular launch, on this particular ship. So, if
Yeah,
they
I'm
do
glad.
Fifi, then we will fly it and find out. Right? Fly and find out. that's what FAFO totally means. So
Yeah, right. I don't know. Well, I get the sense that they really are taking things extra carefully this time. I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting Ship 35 to rud again, but it's all, of course, there's been 2 ruds in a row. It's on the back of all of our minds. But a good question from Lorids there. Paul is asking, I'll be visiting Starbase next week. Where's the best place to view the next test flight
Well,
of
Jack's working on a video about that, right, Jack?
Starship? Yes, that is
I was
correct.
gonna say, I just need the footage.
Rocket Ranch Outpost. Can't get closer. Great people all around you. You can stay at the Rocket Ranch as well. You can also stay at the Margaritaville. Margaritaville, you can see the pad like from your balcony if you get a room on the right side of the building. Margaritaville's great. Isla Blanca Park, also very good, like 5 miles away. That's on the island. However, you're going to need to plan around Isla Blanca Park if that's your choice, because typically there's a traffic jam on the way in, a traffic jam on the way out. It turns into like an all-day thing or you could stay like somewhere at the Margaritaville and just walk from the hotel to Isla Blanca, and avoid the trap. Like there's thought you need to put into it, which is why we're doing a video about it. But yeah, I would say the 2 primary places I would recommend checking out for viewing would be the Rocket Ranch Outpost. They're awesome, and Isla Blanca Park there on South Padre Island. There's a few other spots, but they're less than optimal compared to those 2.
If you want to view a launch from the Cape, we have a video on that already. Oh wait, we haven't pushed that 60,000 times the last week. It's fine.
We do also have a visiting Starbase video or 2, but they're out of date, so we're going to do a new one because a lot has changed, even just week to week in Starbase. But I think the last one we did was before Flight 2 or something like that. So we're doing this updated version. But yeah, Rocket Ranch Outpost, can't recommend them enough. Rocket Ranch rules. The Margaritaville, can't recommend them enough. They rule. And then if you're viewing from the Outpost, you can stay at the ranch. If you're viewing from Isla Blanca, you can stay at the Margaritaville. It kind of like they're both close to each other in that way. Kind of makes sense. Anyways, I'm rambling. Good question.
Also, just so you know
noting that both of those will book up pretty quick. So as soon as you get a really good idea that it's gonna go, if you want to do either of those, book.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh wow, Ryan in our back channel saying it was before Flight 1. So the stripes didn't even exist, which if you've never been to Starbase, you don't even know what that means. But it used to be that you had to stock up on gas and supplies and food and snacks and everything way in advance of getting to Starbase. Now, these days, there's a nice gas station like 30-ish minutes. It's like the last gas station. So things have changed. That's why we're working on the update video. But yeah, enjoy your visit to Starbase. I hope you get to see a launch. If you don't, please don't be sad, and just enjoy the fact that you got to see this insane spaceport in its prototype stage, because it's changing, like I said, so much. Look at the high bay. Look at everything that they're doing. So
It's
to be able to see
morphing.
it now in the early days, that's really cool, even if you don't get to see a launch.
It's evolving. It's morphing. The work must be done, Jack.
It must. It's mysterious and important.
Yep.
Ninja Decimator, thank you for the support again. Ninja Decimator. Heck yeah. They say, what hole does the SLS go in? That's right, the square hole.
The mobile launcher hole.
Yeah.
Todd Harris, thank you very much for the $10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Again, that goes straight to us, so thank you. They say, EJ's glasses give me I was 20 miles outside of Starbase when. Ooh, I should do a Hunter S. Thompson, like, gonzo journalism Starbase novella. That'd be fun.
Fancy.
I was 2 miles up the beach when the... I'll just stop there.
I was up the beach. When that thing went off, it went off and lit up the sky.
There you go.
It's like a meteor going down.
There you go.
It's crazy. Back in 1982. Could have been it. Could have thrown a football over that launch tower.
Ethereal Swordsman with a $5 super, thank you. They say, have you heard the tragedy of Back Gyre the swine? He made the mistake of standing on a box in his kayak while wearing a kilt. That's highly amusing, Ethereal Swordsman. Thank you for this
Where
super
does
chat.
one learn this power?
T Mercy, I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. TMCR825 Gaming. Did I just get Manchurian candidated? They said, do you think we'll ever see a double Starship launch, like 2 space shuttles in Armageddon? Heck yeah, two Starships at the same time.
Yep. Freaking A, man.
Hey guys, 26 minutes ago, Vast released a video.
What?
Vast.
Can we watch it?
With Haven 1's primary structure qualification article.
Out
I
in
think-
Mojave?
Yeah, it looks like it could be. It's mountainous. Hold on.
Deserty,
Deserty.
mountainy.
Deserty
Breaking
mountain.
news. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wouldn't be one without it, right? There's always the breaking news.
Yeah, that's Mojave. Sweet.
Oh, look at that.
Wait, Das took this
that's-
video?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, we should hire him.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat.
Not DOS, Vast.
Vast.
Oh, Vast. I thought you said Das.
Oh, you said Vast. What a cool machine. I am so here for space hotels. Like, please and thank you.
Hey, I have a question. I want to learn more about Vast and this, what we see on screen here. Does NSF have a video about that?
Well, yes, we do. Dee and Das did a tour with Max Hout at their factory, and it's a really fantastic factory tour. Sawyer, funny that you would ask about that.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, you can learn about exactly why this test article is being moved here in Mojave and what they're going to do with it, and what the space station is going to be like. It's a really great video. It's actually like legitimately like a really great video if you haven't watched that one. I love
worth the whole
factory
time.
tours. They're some of my favorites.
The tweet says, actually, why don't I just bring up the tweet and let you do your job?
Why
instead of
why
me
don't
trying
you
to
do that?
your job? Like,
Why don't you do that, Kevin?
It's also not a tweet. Hold on. I
It's
got
a
caught
Z-
off guard.
X post. Oh god, not the Z'd again.
Oh god. In the meantime, Podank, thank you for the gifting a Red Team membership. Nibbles, thank you for the super chat. They say a booster Dunabort would be worth it though. Oh lord, please no.
Podank just gifted a lot of.
Podank gifted 5 and then 20 and then
But wait,
50.
Yeah.
Podank.
I was just gonna say the chat's just gift.
Bro,
Everyone's
chat,
green.
if your name just turned green because of the extreme generosity of such a legendary dude as Podank, and I mean, you know, dude ambiguously, like person, it's a general term. Thank Podank in chat. That is very, 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 very nice of them. Heck yeah. Thank you so much.
Now we can read the tweet.
Yeah, tweet.
Hey, it's on the
Hey-
screen.
The Haven, I should talk about it. The Haven 1 primary structure.
No, make Kevin do it.
Yeah, Kevin, do it. Actually, do it. I need to take a drink.
Kevin, read it.
Kevin, do it.
The
Dance
Haven
monkey.
1
Kevin.
primary structure qualification article continues critical testing at our Mojave, California test site. Last year, in just 6 months, we built the qualification article. Just 6 months, that's so fast. Enabling early testing and validation of our design to ensure we are building a safe and low-cost next-generation station. Now, Haven 1's flight primary structure build is underway. Each milestone brings Haven 1 closer to orbit.
Closer to orbit. Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. That was actually delightful.
He did it. Yeah, it was really good.
I thought you were just going to
That was great.
stonewall us.
Oh, that was good.
That was great. Laser Tech, thanks for gifting 10 Red Team memberships as well. And Ethereal Swordsman gifting 1 as well. And, you know, I see people always in chat being like, oh, I wish I could support monetarily or something along those lines. Like, it doesn't have to be a monetary thing. We appreciate everyone coming out, asking questions, watching the stream, hitting the like button. You know the drill. But we do like to acknowledge the people that do support us monetarily because it takes a giant team of people to do this, and we would not be able to continue without it. But seriously, thanks. If you're out there just watching, we appreciate you just the same as all of our viewers.
We
And
appreciate
you know,
it.
Jack,
Yes.
one of the best things you could do is just watch all of our videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have a screen in your house, put on Starbase Live. If you have a YouTube friend that doesn't watch spaceflight stuff but you think might be into it, tell them about our videos. Like, more people watching our videos would actually be a dramatic help.
Yeah.
The vagaries of the YouTube algorithm are vexing, shall we say. So, you
The
know,
YouTube
we could
algorithm
we could
is
work-
an elusive beast.
what?
The YouTube algorithm is an elusive beast.
It is.
We are hunting the most dangerous game.
It is. But yeah, more viewers is huge, just as huge as
Ryan is
anything
begging
else.
in the back channel. He's
Oh, yeah, no, I
begging
saw
for
that.
people to watch the stranded astronauts video and the Fram 2 video.
I saw that.
Yeah,
They're both
you
great
weren't- you
videos,
weren't
I have
gonna
to say.
acknowledge it.
Yeah, like the Fram 2 video is like really good, but I don't need to give Ryan that win. The Stranded
Yeah.
Astronauts video is fantastic, but
Yeah,
Ryan was
it's
mean to
pretty
me
good.
earlier, so
But Jack,
You know what else
You know-
Ryan works on? Ryan works on Twist every week,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
Twist is premiering at the top of the hour.
it is premiering at
But
the top of the hour.
I don't know
which,
if you should watch it to support Ryan.
no,
should
don't
you?
worry. But with Twist, you should watch it irrespective of Ryan.
Because
way-
Alicia's on.
Right, because we love Alicia and we want to see what earrings she's wearing, and we want to know the space news in a delightfully
say
compact and
earwings?
refreshing way.
earwings.
Earrings. Earrings. I can talk.
Earwigs?
Stop.
By the way,
Bugs?
You're
Jack,
gonna give me nightmares.
talking
Involving
about-
Alicia and earwigs.
you talk about
You
not
said
supporting
it.
Ryan on the Stranded Astronauts video. You know who wrote that?
Alex?
Alex Sawyer, you?
Hi.
You did it?
Yeah, you know
Hi.
who edited that?
You? Ryan?
I- yeah.
Alex?
Alex Sawyer, Weber, Al
Yes, I'm now Ryan Alex
Cantoristein.
Sawyer. Nice to meet everyone.
Kevin J.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Adri,
Knees
Kevin
and toes.
J.
So everyone should watch the Stranded Astronauts video because Sawyer wrote and edited it, and the Fram 2 interview because it was just a really cool mission, not because
First-
Ryan worked on it.
Yeah, right. First human polar spaceflight. Like, come on. Do you not want to hear from that crew? Come on. All right, that was,
Did
I guess,
you-
the video plug corner that erupted out of nowhere. But there you go. Watch our videos,
speaking of-
please.
Yeah, we totally have the show planned out well in advance. Follow what
Steve-
it says on the teleprompter, right? Oh, wait, there isn't.
Steve Kalovic with a $10 super saying, EJ and Jack argue about how awesome you are. EJ, you are way more awesome than me.
I think you're better. What's up?
I will not accept any dissent.
I'm just going to go ahead and play devil's advocate here for a second, and I think you're better at taking pictures than I am.
I just point camera, push button. I think you're a more delightfully insightful commentator.
No, I appreciate that, but I think you're I think you're a better host than I am.
I really want to be done with this, but the Sawyer's like incredulity at not being included. It wasn't in the super chat, Sawyer.
I know. I'm sorry. That voice crack was not intentional, but it was
Oh, it was
perfect.
perfect though. It was mwah, chef's kiss.
You know what Sawyer's really good at doing? Helping us keep us all on the rails when he's hosting streams. That's what and I mean that legitimately.
That's real.
Yeah.
King of the
pretty
pun
good. You're pretty good.
and king of the segue.
Segways, I'll take that. Keeping us on track. Have you seen the flame trenches that I've hosted? They are just as off track as every single one of them. So I guess
if
it
you're
is on
gonna
track by
if
keeping
you're
it
gonna
off
take
track.
the segue, I just want you to be careful because the CEO of that company did drive off a cliff on a Segway.
I mean, I guess I could sit on a Segway. Ooh, now I'm thinking about it. That'd be a good way to get around.
Did I just pop
Oh.
EJ's brain?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just out of left field, you know.
That's what I do, baby. Sawyer's got the puns and the segues. I've got the non sequitur. It's the only tool in my belt, and I'm gonna use it. Let's see what else is going on. Oh yeah, Starbase.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not DOS lighting Jack. Okay, chat. I'm not.
So good, so good. Also, I guess we alluded to it, but Starbase is a city now. The vote succeeded. And it is now. I can't do that with my bottle because it's glass, and there's a dog sitting behind me. But you just looked so cool, EJ. I wish I could look that cool.
Well, you could look cool, but I think because you got a dog, you're cooler than me.
You also have a dog. How's Titan, by the way?
He's good.
I don't care about the vote. How's Titan?
Titan's doing just fine. He's sleeping right now.
Oh. Okay, but yeah, Starbase is a city now. It's real. And in fact, it looks like they're building a bike lane next to the highway. It looks like they're putting a water line in, like an actual honest, because until now, all the water in Starbase, whether it's for residences, for the launch pad, for the deluge, for anything, all the water is trucked in.
Wait a
So,
minute. A bike lane? Where are you? Wait, where is the bike lane going?
on the south side of Highway 4, it appears.
Why?
Because it's nice to bike and not get hit by a car.
We could see it during the roll. We actually saw where they were doing some of the paving.
A bike lane on the south side
Are you
of
really,
Highway 4.
Are you really about to be mad about this?
Yes!
We're
Ding,
going to
ding.
have an actual, like, legitimate disagreement here on the Flame Trench about, okay, no, let's go.
Jack,
Why are you mad about,
Kevin, fight mode
making
activated.
a nice thing for people who live in Starbase, EJ?
You're talking about people getting hit by a car, right? That obviously you mixing cyclists and traffic. That's a thing for disaster. If it's on the south side and most of the residents in Boca Chica are on the north side of Highway 4, what do people on the bike path have to do to get to the bike path?
EJ, presumably,
cross the road.
I haven't seen the plans. I don't know if this is a thing. I had the same thought, and in fact, I love you because Das also had the same thought, like literally
Right?
the exact same thought. I imagine, like any pedestrian accessibility bike path, sidewalk, trail kind of thing, there'll be an elevated situation that goes over the road. Wait, they can't because starships are big. Why? This is stupid. Why did they put it there?
That's what I'm saying. You can't tunnel either. What are you doing? Just widen the road. Oh, I got to remember my pressure points.
I guess crosswalk. I guess the answer is crosswalk, and everyone has to be careful. I wonder if that means
great.
I wonder if that means they'll put a light in.
Let's just
I
mix heavy industrial traffic and cyclists. That'll be fine. It'll be fine, pal. It's great.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Here's the thing. I understand where you're coming from. That said, as someone who is in Starbase all the time, I would love to be able to bring my longboard and skate between the production site and the launch site without A, fear of getting hit by a car, and B, Highway 4 is just covered in, dirt, rocks, grime, mud. Like, it's not a skatable surface. It's maybe a slightly more bikeable surface. I'm not a biker. You'd have to ask Anthony over at Rocket Ranch about that. But I know that he has attempted to bike from the ranch to the outpost many times, from the ranch to the production site, and has actually, fallen on because so yes, I like the idea of a way to get between the launch site and production site, and if they go all the way up to the Massey outpost, that's awesome. I like that idea. I'll give you that crossing the road is less than ideal, but bike path good.
No, widen the road.
They're also widening the road. So on the north side, I presume, is where they're going to widen the road. We've been seeing them do a whole bunch of utility work on that side of the road, clear out all the scrub and everything. So it's just been basically dirt for over a year now.
Said the S word.
Scrub.
Good.
And
You're on the launch broadcast tonight.
They're going to be expanding the road to 4 lanes, and they're going to be doing an actual concrete road, not asphalt. Like, they're going to be doing it proper. Paying more money up front, but it's better in the long term, especially with all the heavy traffic it's going to have. But you can see they are right there on the right side of the screen. That is sort of the area they've prepared. And a little bit, as we go a little bit further down, you can even see they've started pouring the first concrete slab and then laying the next section of rebar. But that's on the right side of Highway 4 as you're headed to the launch site. And the left side, I think, is where they're going to do actually expand the road in that direction.
Okay, cool. Eric, a false dichotomy? Really, a false dichotomy? Yeah, it's a false dichotomy if we're talking about regular towns. Does this look like a regular town to you? Oh, wait, it's not. Yeah, it's a launch site disguised as a town. Yeah, okay,
Actually,
might be. Even better.
He's got you there.
You're a city, Kevin.
Anyone remember that song that was going viral a couple of years ago? And England is my city.
No. Thankfully, no.
Yes, that was an actual line in the song. And England is my city. Which, yes, England is totally a city.
Let me educate you, and I ain't talking book. That song is so stupid.
Isn't it?
This moment in the stream.
I
love it.
This was really cool. There was sort of a big muddy rut that they had to get through, and they were turning off individual axles on the SPMT as they powered through it.
It
No
raising,
joke.
lowering them, turning. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I don't know car, but I do know that the soil down here is unlike any other soil I've driven in. Specifically, when it gets wet. When it's dry, meh, whatever. When it's wet and when it's saturated, particularly, it's like it's worse than clay. It might as well be cement. So pretty remarkable they were able to power through it.
Is this going to be me when I get to Starbase trying to wheel through that?
I mean, if it's been rainy, Kevin, ad not sponsored.
Hashtag
Yeah,
not sponsored.
my axle. I have just a couple axles. It's not gonna. I don't know how I'm gonna get out of that.
Has anyone made
So
like an
What's up?
SPMT wheelchair hybrid? I feel like that would be really sick.
Oh, I
want
need
to
one.
convert.
Yes.
We want to convert Sawyer's
Jerry Rig
wheelchair to a
Everything is making one.
really.
Or like tank
Yep.
treads.
Yeah, they make them with tank treads.
That's sick.
That can be arranged, Sawyer. I can make that.
Heck yeah.
I will give you tank treads if you. I'm serious about this.
I know you are.
I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds here, but if that happens, the next Halloween after that happens, Sawyer needs to go dressed as Killdozer.
Yes.
Deal.
Yes!
Deal.
I mean, I'm
Like
just
a
saying.
Grease. Like a
This
Grease.
won't be clipped and come back to bite me in 2 years. It's fine.
I'm just saying. Komatsu 335A is a pretty good wheelchair, Sawyer. You would absolutely get over every bit of terrain in all of Boca Chica with one of those. Just saying.
It's true.
No, I'm good with the one I got, but thanks.
What are you doing?
You sure?
What are you doing?
I'm very sure.
I don't. She's like, she's desperate. She's like, give me attention, please.
She's saying, please, I want Alicia. I want to see the newest episode of This Week in Spaceflight right on NSF's channel.
Which
is
is
that?
premiering in 4.5 minutes here. So we are getting to the end of it. Thank you, Sawyer. Thank you, Leica. Leica helped. I'm not giving you full credit on that segue, Sawyer. I give Leica half credit.
If it wasn't Leica, I would fight you on it, but it's Leica. So.
But yeah, Twist is coming up. Here's a thing I saw in the question queue as we were talking about like this being our 1-year Flame Trench anniversary. Lunar Lander said, disappointed that you moved This Week in Spaceflight to after the Flame Trench when you should have let Alicia give the update, and then you guys could talk about it further in discussion during the Flame Trench. I don't want to speak for Kevin and the production team that does This Week in Spaceflight, but that would be challenging. It's challenging.
It's all about the YouTube algorithm.
Oh, it's not even about editing timing. I guess Twist is done already today.
It's actually not, because we got to the point where we were able to get Twist done before. The problem is if we publish a video right before a live stream, the video gets held back in the algorithm. And then the live stream is pushed because the most recent video is what gets pushed.
I remember saying that about the dailies like years ago, and it was like, do we have data on that? And I was like, I see it! I swear I see it!
I know. I just deal with the things you were dealing with 4 years ago, Jack.
Here's the thing. Like, when we thank you guys for the support, and when we, take time out of our shows to appreciate the support, it's freaking genuine, because that stupid algorithm, like, we are so proud of the videos we put out. We don't put out trash videos, and we put out a lot of videos every single week. If YouTube doesn't decide to show our videos to people, even people that it knows like our videos for some reason, if it just says, nah, we're not going to show that one to people, like, what are we supposed to do? So it's endlessly frustrating sometimes, but it's endlessly rewarding when y'all come out and are the gas in our engine. Like, holy cow. To that end, as we're 2.5 minutes away from the premiere of Twist, I should probably thank our flight engineers and launch director members, because that's what we do at the end of the Flame Trench. And I'm trying to be on time this week. I'm trying to be good. Seriously, thank you, launch directors. Thank you, flight engineers. Thank you to all of our members. Thank you to everyone on the stream that's gifting memberships. It's just, there's so many membership programs. There's so many people out there vying for your attention and your dollars, so that you choose to support us and trust us for your space news is just an honor, an absolute honor. So thank you to y'all. What do we do now that we have 1:50 and change? Like, normally we're overtime because I failed to look at the clock, but I looked at the clock this week. So, like, what are we?
We do
give us
gifts.
the in. Give us the in to thank, us for being here or something.
We do gifts. Also, I do want to say the Cosmic Nebula, thanks for the super.
Doo-doo.
And I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Also, thank you for the super.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's Apple Bottom
Gun show.
Jeans,
Dang.
DMCA, MCA.
Might get demonetized.
Yeah.
Isn't this riveting, folks? Jack drinking his Topo Chico.
What do we watching the gifts?
Topo Chico, Jack.
See, there's way too many of me always.
Which, Jack, you still made it onto the show last week, right? Right, EJ?
Yeah. Did
Oh,
he?
God.
Oh, yeah. He was there at the end. Yeah, I remember. He's talking about how Land Rovers are pieces of junk or something. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it was weird.
Slander. Lies and slander.
Oh,
How could you?
no, it wasn't. I remember that conversation. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. See, there you go.
Yeah, there
All
it
right.
was.
All right,
I
all
recognize
right.
that voice anywhere.
I'm just gonna put a lid on it. I think with that, we're gonna wrap it. EJ, thanks for being on, buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys. Okay, seriously, thank you very much. It's a privilege being on here, and I appreciate you giving us the time of day. Thank you very much. You can catch me over on Twitch. Stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. It's a good time.
Look at you being sincere. Sawyer, also thank you as well.
I don't have the time to be as sincere, but thank you. It's been an amazing year on the Flame Trench. Here's to another year plus.
Yep, thanks to Kevin for producing this and a whole bunch of Flame Trenches, and I'm Jack Byer for NSF. We'll see you on the next one. Go watch Twists. Go watch it.
Thank you, Kevin.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Tango down to nominal.
It's orange!
Oh my God!
Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Clear.
Whee!
All right.
That was a tight show.
That was pretty good, man.
Yeah. Considering I'm still recovering from a 2-day Crohn's flare, I appreciate that it wasn't super long today.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens. Cosmic Nebula,
Sawyer.
what was your question that we missed?
We missed a question. Uh-oh.
We missed a question? Hang on, I'm gonna let the dog out really quick.
Who let the dog? All right.
Nemi's only stream where some of the more common names pop in on camera. The problem is getting everyone available at the same time to do that.
Yeah. To be honest, we've been struggling a lot with availability lately.
Sawyer, look, all I'm saying, I linked it in off topic, okay? All I'm
Yep.
saying is if we give you one of those and you could just roll into the man basket, you could go anywhere.
I mean, that would be
Like-
an amazing perspective for photography.
That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all
On a
I'm saying. We
crane
can make it
lift?
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little man basket, but it's got tank treads and retractable arms. So you could turn into a siege tank from StarCraft.
Who are you calling
It's
little
doable.
man?
I didn't say little man.
You said little man basket.
Okay, I did say that. Yes.
The basket.
It's a little.
The basket is little. It's not for little men, but like
Yeah.
relative to basket sizes, it's a little basket.
Yeah.
If I say underwater basket weaving, does that mean anything to you guys?
Where do I know that from?
It's what I have a degree in.
Yeah, me too.
Forgetting the reference. Oh my god, my brain is dead.
It means every college football player's degree. Yeah.
Yes. Seriously.
I don't know where it came from, but one of my history teachers back in high school would always be like, "You don't want to get a degree in underwater basket weaving. You want to get a degree in something useful."
That's where I've heard it was actually people describing football degrees.
Oh, Dan, the problem solver, has another one. Dan, we got to make that. We should make that. That'd be absolutely wicked. I'd do that. I'd do that for free. That'd be sick.
How do I get in and out of it though?
Gotta let the dog back in.
I don't know how do you get in and out of your current one?
I transfer side by side onto it.
Oh, so we'd have to make the armrest fold down. Got it.
And also not be 20 feet in the air. It can be in the air a bit. I can use a slide board if I have to, but hang treads are tall.
This is a solvable problem. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Bro, I just want you to experience the dunes. That's all.
And the mosquitoes. I mean, what?
Oh, I can do that in Florida. Don't worry.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
no.
They're bad in Florida, but it's not the same. Although I will say, out at the pads, sometimes it's like the worst ever. So
Yeah, there was one night launch where they ate through long socks and long pants.
they're big.
Oh
It's
my
the crazy
goodness.
thing. They're big ones. The thing here is there are clouds of them. So like you could be covered in 100% DEET and you're still in a cloud of mosquitoes. They just land on you and then take off again. And that also means if your mouth isn't covered, they're going to fly into your mouth, into your eyes, into your ears, into your nose. Like they're like swarms of them. And contrary to what I've seen on Futurama, people do generally not like swarms of things.
Reference acknowledged.
What's up, Mambies?
So, I got a buddy that's telling me that the bike path is ending at the end of the village.
All right, that makes
Interesting.
sense. So right there across from the restaurant, I assume there'll be like a crosswalk.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, I was like, just put the bike path on the north, expand the road to the south. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I get it.
But I wanted to sucker Chad into thinking that I'm like, oh, I hate bicycles. No.
That's what I was like.
No.
I was like, let's do this, dude. Let's go. Even if you don't actually believe it, like I can do this.
Oh, here's
Everyone's
Cosmic-
like, EJ. I'm like, no, I got this, bro. It's urban planning. I'm good at that.
Yes, I've seen your City Skylines videos. Cosmic Nebula, by the way, the question that they were asking. Jack, is the Starbase video you guys talked about coming out before or after Flight 9?
Well, it was due
Yes.
for Flight 3, so...
I thought it said Flight 4 on the thread.
Oh, maybe it was Flight 4.
Saying it'll be their
It's not-
first
that
time
doesn't make it
visiting to
any
try and
better.
see Flight 9.
We ran
May
out of
19th
time.
to
Wasn't
20th.
that the flight that like happened really quick all of a sudden?
Yeah, and
It
I did.
actually
I
wasn't
did
Jack's
record that.
fault.
I
Yeah,
did
and we
record
just
that.
Didn't have an editor. I remember that.
I wasted precious days of pre-launch time.
Oh no,
to
you're right.
record.
It's how to view the OFT.3.
It was 3.
Yeah, we're trying to get it out for the next one. I am very busy, and I also have some non-NSF travel coming up that might
What?
throw a wrench in the. Yeah, I got hired by Redacted to do photography of Redacted.
That's not sketchy.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh my God, there's still a script from the Flight 3 one.
Yeah, that's like the next step in my flows. I need to go back at the script. I don't know if that's the one that I wrote, but I also wrote one, and then they had like Ryan mod it. I'm gonna go back to my original and then mod that to be the new one based on what we talked about in the meeting because we wanted it to be more of a conversational, that whole thing. So, because that's what that script was.
Question for the panel coming from Twitch chat: Who do each of thing will do point to point first, neutron or starship?
Neutron.
Yeah.
I'm going neutron.
Neutron
I feel
will do
like-
point to point
I
before
feel like
starship.
Rocket Lab needs that Air Force money more than SpaceX does, so they're gonna get to that. That might even be a way that they can finance early neutron flights, right? Like, as they're working the kinks out of the system, they get some Air Force money on the side, even if they're not flying a payload or a customer payload, or you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, I'm leery of. I say neutron because it hasn't flown yet, and we all know how aerospace works.
I'm gonna say starship.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no wrong answer.
Well,
Certainly
there
wouldn't-
will be a wrong answer. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't bet on either yet, though, knowing with the information set that we currently have.
Yeah, and it's literally just right now a contract saying, hey, let's try for an experimental flight
Right.
maybe next year. But yeah, if it doesn't go tonight, by the way, Jack, you jinxed yourself.
Ha!
Yeah.
Spoiler, Jack will be on the Falcon 9 launch this morning.
Because I set it on the flame trench?
You said it today.
You can't say it on the day?
On a launch? I don't think so, but we'll see.
I don't ever recall being consulted about these rules, agreeing that I subscribe to these rules, agreeing to be bound by these rules. Like, I must have been severed or something when all that happened because I don't remember it.
You were at work.
I'm always at work, EJ.
Yes, your Audi remembers.
Oh. You look good, dog.
You actually do, Sawyer, need to check out Jerry Rig Everything's wheelchair that he's built for his wife. It's pretty cool. Like he's gone everywhere with her, in that wheelchair. It's pretty cool.
That's cool. I mean, I'm sure the problem is airlines will absolutely destroy it.
Oh, they would break it. Yeah.
Driving is better anyway. Slower, but better.
My body can't take that long of a drive right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm like, so I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, yeah, I'm 37, I'm getting old. And they're like, that's not old. And I was like, yeah, but I feel it some days. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, how do you feel it? And I was like, perfect example. Driving straight from LA to Starbase, I used to be able to do that and not even break a sweat. And the next day, I'd be fine, working as normal, firing on all cylinders. I drive from LA to Starbase now. It takes me longer, and I get here, and I'm like, for like a day. Like, it's just takes more out of me.
Did you drive the Rover?
When?
From to LA and back?
For Firefly, I rented a car, drove there.
Okay.
Drove that rental car back here after leaving all the gear I had to drive at my apartment in LA. Then returned the rental car here because it had to be returned here for reasons. Then flew back to LA for the Firefly attempt that actually happened. Rented a car there, and then drove it back here. The Land Rover's just been sitting in the driveway this whole time.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
After I sent you that message, however long ago, and was like, "Hey, what's this?" and you were like, "Yeah, don't drive that. It's just been sitting."
Yeah. Chat, there's the brake line. Yeah, we probably shouldn't drive that.
You don't need brakes.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Land Rover, as soon as you take your foot off the gas, is such a momentum hog that you really don't need brakes, but you do need brakes.
The law says so. How dare they?
Yeah, right? The man with their government overreach saying, I need a functioning vehicle and brakes, and I can't have no muffler.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Oh.
My catalytic converters got stolen a few years back, and so my Land Rover was very loud for a period of time until I got it fixed. And Michael, to this day, will never let me forget it. We like meeting up. Where are you? I don't hear you yet. I'm like, you.
Ron, who do I got for winning Kansas at NASCAR? Cindric. Again. Cindric or Blaney.
EJ, does Titan do that thing where he'll walk up and just like put a toy in your hand while you're not paying attention? I just looked down and it turns out I have a rope toy and a dog in tow.
Yeah.
That I didn't even like.
Yes.
Oh, my face.
Did you just punch yourself in the dome?
I did, on camera. It's for you, Mendes.
on camera?
It's just for
At least
you.
it's only to Membies. It's not recorded.
Yeah, it's and Twitch.
Oh, my hat!
my hat!
Oh, my face!
Oh, my hat! Oh, my face!
Oh, my face! Oh, my hat! My face! Nice, Eric.
I gotta go.
Yes,
I gotta go.
Titan does that. I'll be like sitting on the couch, lying down on the couch, watching, NSF videos. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah. And
nothing else. Only that.
The dog he'll get up on the couch and he'll drop a toy between me and my phone.
Yeah.
She loves to drop a toy directly on the computer keyboard, which like I have admonished her for that. I've been like, no, keyboard, no, you don't do anything near keyboard. She's still like, here's a slabbery toy. I'm like, bro, we talked about this.
Yep.
He just sits on the keyboard.
Classic cat.
Keyboard cat, yes.
Yep. Yes. All right. Nice. I actually woke up this morning and Titan decided to use my pillow as his pillow as well. So I woke up with the dog snout probably about like this close to me.
Yeah.
See, I wish she would do that. When
That's the
like
way
she's
it's supposed to be. Come on,
she's
you have
a-
to wake
yeah.
up next to her or him.
Leica is a cuddler for sure, and I'm down. I'm like, yay, I have a little pet buddy. But the way that she curls up in bed, it's like I always end up getting the butt.
Sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, can you face 180 degrees the other way? Like, what about laying in this bed made you always want to point that one direction away from me? Like, why?
Yeah. I get the dog butt sometimes too. Yeah.
Oh, my
I don't know
hat!
if you can see Jack on top of me.
Oh, my hat!
Yes.
Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat! Oh, my hat!
Oh,
Taking a quick peek at
oh my face.
my hat!
Often
Also,
cats
you're
just
saying
wanna be
about not wearing
included.
Glenny shirt that much. That main photo is you wearing the Glenny shirt. There's a close-up of the Glenny, and you're wearing Glenny right now.
It's a picture shirt.
And Glenny will be in the ad on Monday.
It will, yeah. What more do I need to say? It's a picture shirt.
Space Pope had said that they were working on a new one, but I don't know if Jack approved it.
What?
Space
Oh.
Pope was working on a new one.
I should probably look at my DMs.
You probably should, because Space Pope said they didn't want to release it unless you said that we could. Space Pope, for some reason, respects you.
Sure. For some reason.
For some reason.
Wow.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome.
I mean, I don't respect me. Have you seen me?
I see you.
Sawyer,
By the way,
my
what's going
chat's
on with
saying-
the beard?
What about it?
It's growing.
It is.
We're almost
That's
back to
what
like
happens.
Jack a year and a half ago.
Yeah. It's I forget when I stopped shaving it, but I don't know. Figured I'd go beard for a little bit.
Probably since our last ad from a shaving company.
That's a bummer because I still use that razor. Like I would do more spots for them if they wanted them.
We'll get them
Henson.
back eventually.
Yeah.
It's like that weird part of the year where stuff like that falls off. So I get it.
Yeah. Sawyer, Aqualix over in my chat is saying, often cats just want to be included. Try giving Jake his own keyboard,
Aw.
and that should fix your problems.
If
will
nobody's
not.
made a cat bed keyboard that has a little heater in it, so the keyboard is warm, like I need to go on Shark Tank right now. Eric, the beard does not help prevent mosquitoes from flying into my mouth.
But yeah, no, Jake, he doesn't care that it's a keyboard. He cares that I'm using it and I'm not petting him. Instead, I'm petting the keys.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, if I stop and back away,
Hey,
he
Sungor.
gets off the keyboard and hops onto my lap.
Yeah,
That's the best.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I woke up to the dog he's right here. I'm just like, hey, and he's just like, just
up?
breathe through his nose on me. It's like, hey, yeah, I'm using this pillow right now too. I'm like, all right, man, whatever. It's cool.
We can share.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I'll share with you. That's fine. Share with the dog.
Oh. What should I eat
So-
for dinner?
Chinese food.
Bacon.
Ooh,
Bacon Chinese food.
Chinese food.
Pork fried rice, man. It's almost like bacon.
That's
Long March
actually
5, or fried rice.
the only place in Brownsville that I know so far that has good fried rice is a ramen place, and that's the meat that's good in it is the pork. Oh, it's so good. I might have to go there.
You could always just go to Whataburger.
No, I'd rather die.
What?
Yep.
Whataburger is Whata good.
I think it's good, but the only time I've ever had Whataburger was after alcohol. So,
Huh.
so I'm
Whataburger's
guessing
good. Like,
that
I'm
it was
not.
good because I ate it a couple times after.
I mean, yeah, no, it's good. It's solid fast food, man. Like, yeah.
The absolute best was
It's
I
not.
I have the video of it. I have to find it.
It's not
But-
solid fast food. It's terrible.
You like In-N-Out, don't you?
I do like In-N-Out.
He's Californian,
Yeah.
of course he does.
Yeah.
In-N-Out is
I
vastly.
mean, In-N-Out.
In-N-Out is vastly superior to Whataburger, but they're also
But
kind
I
of
ju-
not
I
in the
just
same
said-
league.
I just said that Whataburger is solid mid. It's solid mid pack for fast food. It's solid. It's good food. It's good for fast food. It's good.
It's a wannabe. I would call McDonald's solid mid for fast food, and I would say Whataburger is a wannabe McDonald's. So Whataburger wants to be mid. I don't know if I agree that they are.
I have to find this video. There's a awesome video. One time I brought home Whataburger, and Jake went to sniff the bag of what was in it, and he found the bag that had the fries. Apparently, he likes French fries. And as he did, his head got stuck in it, so all of a sudden his head pops up, and it's just with a fry container on it. I'm looking for it.
That's adorable.
If I can find it, Kevin, would you be able to play it?
Sorry, what was that? I wasn't listening.
Freddy's is very good, J Volt.
No, if I put a Jake video in like off topic or something, would you be
Oh, yeah.
able to? Just have to remember when it was.
Freddy's is like what Steak and Shake used to be before Steak and Shake got awful.
Oh, dude, we would do demo rittering, Jack, at the next to the Albertsons,
That's Steak and Shake.
and then we go to the Steak and Shake on University.
Yep,
So
Dude.
good, man.
dude. Thousands of student loan dollar monies
Yeah.
were spent on shakes there.
Same.
You are not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. That's
Like,
too real.
yo, I got my student loan check for this semester. Let's go to Steak and Shake. I'm buying. Like, oh, you freaking
Steak and
idiot.
Shake, Steak and
Idiot.
Shake every night, dude. Let's go.
What are you thinking?
God. By the time we were doing demo reel production, dude, they opened up a little Caesars on Aloma,
Oh yeah.
and I would just every Monday I'd go in there and buy 4 pizzas for the entire week
That's amazing.
because 20. I don't know how to cook a meal. Frick that, dude. Just give me 4 pizzas. I don't have time for that.
There's 4 days. I have 4 pizzas. What's the problem?
Yeah, we're good. Dude,
All right.
it was a good idea. They knew me in there. And then the Chinese food place next to the Albertsons also, they knew me as beef broccoli fried rice. Yep. because that's what I'd order every time.
I'm just getting half-baked vibes. It's like, hey, black ass! You just know who
Hey,
you
why
are.
didn't you moon us earlier, man? Like, yeah,
By the way, Kevin, it's an off topic.
Yep.
yeah, dude. Now fried Egypt. Oh, perfect, man, perfect, dude. That's it, man. That's it. That they did not ever. I never had a conversation with those people where I mentioned my name. I went in there like once a week for like a year straight, and they just knew me as beef broccoli fried rice man.
Not a bad way to go. I love building
All right,
up
watch this really quick.
routines like that.
So this
Yep.
is
Oh my
Whataburger.
I like how
Bake
you
going
just
for-
filmed it and you didn't stop him.
How
Wow,
can I
that's a
stop
viral,
him after that?
that's a viral video right there. You should sell that to Whataburger.
You should post that on TikTok.
Make internet money.
That would do well on
See,
TikTok.
Get that internet money.
Get some of
I
that
was
internet
filming because he
money.
was sniffing in the bag. I'm like, oh, this will be cute. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, he's getting my fries. Look at that. He's picking up the fry container. And then the look of shock of, what have I done?
What have I done? Yeah. Is this forever?
Now watch this fry.
You know what he said after that?
What?
Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat!
How long have you had that teed up?
This whole time. The whole time. It's been sitting in preview. In fact, it's still sitting in preview as it's live.
Ah, my hat! My hat!
I should really get food.
Well, Jake
Get
can
Whataburger.
recommend French fries.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Jake
I'll
can
get,
recommend Whataburger.
I'll get good French fries, not Whataburger French fries.
Oh,
Why
God.
don't you go to that
What am I going to eat
Go to that-
now?
Chinese
What are you
food?
gonna eat? Chinese food, fried rice. Done.
I think, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, man.
We should all get fried rice, and we should all post our fried rice in the food chat and compare.
I've had rice the last
actually-
2 days. I'm good.
Oh, that's fair.
Sorry, you need pizza.
No.
Yeah. What
Is
Sawyer
that the
needs
last
is,
thing I
is
need right
dairy.
Oh, it's not the dairy. It's tomatoes.
Oh, no shit.
Tomatoes caused me Crohn's flares. Guess what was in the Mexican food that I didn't realize
Oh, no.
2 days ago, which triggered the 2-day Crohn's flare.
Oh no. I'm sorry, bud.
All right.
All right. So, sorry, you got to give me criteria of what's edible right now.
I mean, basically just not tomato.
Not
I
tomato.
also try and eat mostly gluten-free. Not that I'm allergic to gluten, but if I eat too much of it, my body gets unhappy. But
Yeah. Gluten's hard on the joints, man.
It'll make your something fly off.
My what?
All right.
It's a South
Sorry,
Park
what are
joke.
Nice. I got it. Sorry, what are your thoughts on cheesesteak?
I mean,
I know it's a Philly thing.
it
you know,
depends on
but-
where it's from.
Yeah, okay. All right, fair. Because you could do with the cheesesteak, a naked cheesesteak, so that's cheesesteak with just no
No
roll,
peppers, no
'cause the-
onions.
God, that sounds so good.
No, just no roll. Peppers and onions on it make it delicious. And you got to put bacon on there too. That's how I get a steak bomb with bacon.
I've never
I
had
have
a
to
bacon
sandwiches.
steak.
I may have to skip
Oh.
the onions because onions I can do in small amounts, but not in
Okay.
crazy amounts.
Green peppers, green peppers,
I'm good with
steak,
peppers.
cheese, bacon.
Oh, French
Send
dip.
it.
Oh,
Send it.
French
Fred
dip is
White.
good.
Shawarma.
Something
I
we
could
can
go-
say
dude,
came
I'd go
good from the French.
I want an Italian beef now.
We could an Italian beef. What?
Yeah, from what's the place called? Starts with a P.
Popeyes?
No,
What is this GIF?
Portillo's? I gotta Google it.
Nebula, I
You're
have
gonna
no
get
idea
it.
what that GIF is.
Do you call it an Italian meat or just an Italian?
I call it an Italian beef.
Why do you call it that?
What should I call it?
Just an Italian. There's no other sandwich. It's not a vegetable Italian.
I don't know, dude. I'm just calling it what the people around me have always called it. I walk into Portillo's and I say, "Let me get Italian beef, moist, add mozzarella, sweet peppers." And they're like, "Okay." And I walk out and I eat it and I get all low-key and I fall asleep for a few hours and then I wake up later and regret my decisions. But at the time, it's delicious.
By the way, you know how
It's just an Italian.
You know how you know that I used to work in TV news a lot?
I did know that. Yes.
The video that I took of Jake, widescreen, bone horizontal.
Good for you. Good for you.
Did we have a wild Alex for a second there?
Alex. Alex.
What?
And he's gone.
What?
I'm here. Hi.
Alex. Alex. All I have in this world is my balls, and I don't break them for nobody, Alex. Okay? Okay, do you understand, man?
I don't think he understands, man.
I don't think you understand. Who the frick you think you're talking to, man? What are you, a freaking bellboy? Huh? Alex! Seriously? Nobody? All right.
Yeah, you're doing Scarface. Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, we get it.
I think my stomach is starting to eat itself, so I'm gonna jump off.
No, come back.
But I need food.
No. We just need to sit here
I
and keep
think I'm
talking about it.
I think I'm gonna have Freddy's.
Oh, I kind of want Freddy's now. I could drive to Freddy's.
Bueno.
I
Feel
could.
like a treat, Derek.
I could drive
Yeah.
to Freddy's. I already invited friends to ramen though, so.
I got some
Your
homemade
friend?
chili. I'll probably do that.
Why didn't you
Ooh.
invite me to ramen, Jack?
Would you like to go to ramen, EJ?
Yeah, dude, let's do it.
All
It's
right,
gonna take me a second to drive
Yeah,
there.
get your
Though.
ass here.
I can't. Not right now.
See? Horizontal.
Z.
Hi, Jake. We're looking at you from 2018.
He's like, what? No,
That's you.
I don't want this. What is that? What was
Look
that?
at
Look at my tail.
How old is Jake?
About
About
that old.
10-ish? I
Nice.
adopted him 9 years
Oh.
ago, but it was from a shelter, so we don't know how old he was.
He's an oldie goldie.
Oh.
Has it been 9 years, Jake?
Oh.
Holy
So-
crap. Oh,
That's
good
awesome,
boy.
man.
You're old.
Oh.
And you're orange.
He's orange.
It's orange.
Furry boy.
So my buddy that lives in Japan says he has better ramen near his house. You should come here. I mean,
Probably
Dude.
right.
Dude,
yeah.
why does he want to hurt me? Like,
Yeah.
my
Why do you?
bucket
why do you,
list thing is to go to Japan and eat the tasty food there. Like, bucket list.
Oh, you never been?
Ooh.
Oh, you're not a Twitch streamer that's been there like with DOS a whole bunch of times for like some crazy BattleBots thing or something?
That was China, and I never went.
Oh crap! I screwed up. I really blew it this time.
Nah, I've been to Japan, dude.
That's really cool. I want to
Yeah.
go so bad.
Japan's awesome. You know what's really underrated there? Japanese curry.
Really?
You know why? Because it's not spicy. It's they call it Japanese curry, but it's basically just gravy. So if you get like hamburger curry from Japan,
Oh my god, I'm
It's
so
just a
hungry.
it's a hamburger that's just submerged in gravy.
That sounds
It's amazing.
amazing. That's
Ooh, I
And they
need
just
amazing.
to-
put
And here we go.
cut me off,
We're being outroed?
Kevin.
You made me hungry.
Wow.
That was good. I like that. That
I'm
was
here
pretty
for
funny.
it. I'm so here for
Oh
it.
my god.
Yeah, dude, I want to go to Japan so bad. The fact that there is a ramen place in Brownsville that serves edible ramen is a freaking miracle. Like it's one of the only restaurants around here that I can stand to go to and eat. And not only that, I actually like it. Like other like I don't know. I've said this before. The water in Brownsville is really not good, and I feel like maybe I'm just in my broken brain. I feel like the bad water seeps into all the food that's made with it, and it just makes the food here taste not as good. So most restaurants I'll go to and be like, yeah, it's okay, whatever, not great. And when you find a restaurant that's actually good, it's like, thank God. And yeah, the ramen place, it's like finally we have something that's not Tex-Mex barbecue or burgers.
Yes, with the exception of the Margaritaville Hotel and Resort, which is a great hotel you should totally stay at.
Full-on restaurants are a little bit different than like fast food and stuff you can get around Brownsville. There's actually some really good restaurants on South Pottery Island. Like there is good sushi on South Pottery Island. I don't think there's good sushi in Brownsville. And yeah, the Marg the Marg has good food as well. And cheesecake.
Have you ever? Yeah. Have you ever been to Senor Donkey?
Yeah.
Is it good?
We went there to for Jean's birthday one year.
Is it good?
Yeah, very good. Like, you know.
Because Das and I saw that place, and we were like, we need to go there. Das was like, yeah, we do. And then we never did.
It's quite good. I would recommend it.
Dan, you suck.
Okay.
Are we good to eat now?
He sent me pictures of food.
Ring.
I saw it. It looks good.
I typically have things on my desk that are here for whatever reason that I mess with while we're live. Just because I have a brain problem.
We
So
need
you're using a camera lens.
Fidget toy.
We do. I mean, I have fidget toys on my desk. In this case, it was a lens.
Adrian, are you in chat? We need an NSF fidget toy, please. He's not.
Oh, wait.
Wait, make it a Starship tile type one, like the new tile design we have.
What is that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you
Actually,
like to know, Weather Boy?
This is cool.
Why is it see-through?
Behold.
Gentlemen.
Ooh,
Behold.
it's magic.
Like it doesn't like it. Like it doesn't like it.
Wow.
It's a remote camera trigger in a green 3D printed enclosure.
Nice.
I have this.
Yes. Is that a rotary girder?
You was checking. Yeah, we use it to check inline specs.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
Flywheel drive plate?
What?
Is that a flywheel drive plate?
Who just read? Did you just read chat?
No.
What is a flywheel drive plate, Jack?
It's a drive plate that operates as a flywheel as well.
What is this attached to in an automobile?
Transmission.
Nope.
Differential.
Nope.
Drivetrain.
I like things that spin.
Wheel. Escape 2.
No.
No.
What?
So that is a broken flywheel assembly from somebody's Jeep.
That's I wonder whose Jeep that's from. Interesting. What the only reason I knew flywheel drive plate is because in King of the Hill, Hank is being intransigent and Peggy's trying to get him to like open up about his emotions, and she's like, "You need to talk to Bobby. You can go in the garage and work on a flywheel drive plate, but Bobby is not a flywheel like whatever it is." That's the only reason I know that word. So I just guessed because it's the only technical thing I could think of. Flywheel drive plate.
It actually
Now
it
watch
actually
this flywheel
is
drive plate.
Yeah, now watch this flywheel.
It actually is that.
That's hilarious.
I fixed S Master's Jeep. That's my fidget toy.
Nice. Heck yeah.
I didn't fix it in the dunes. No, we fixed it here in my shop.
I'm excited for that thing to get on the road again someday.
Damn, called you out. I called you out.
What?
You're excited for the Jeep to get back on the road, implying it's not on the road?
Is it on the road?
I don't know. Is it?
I don't know.
You live down there, not me. It drives,
Yeah.
He says.
When we go into Big Bend. Also Big Bear.
Big Bear? I'll go to Big Bear.
Dude, Big Bear slaps.
Big Bear
Big Bear's
Parliament.
awesome.
All right, food?
So, yeah, let's do it.
Food.
Yeah.
Members,
food.
thank you, Membies.
Thanks,
He
Membies.
says next
Thanks,
weekend.
Membies.
I won't see you next week, Membies. It will be Jay Keegan.
The Jay Keegan special.
Hey,
KG and
Keegan.
Why?
Okay.
Why are you abandoning us?
Because
Kevin, where you
me and Jay Keegan are trying to each have Friday nights every once in a while.
That's really good.
Oh God, he's here!
Oh no.
What was that? You're so good, babe.
Wow.
You got this, babe. Now land this. Now land this thing, babe.
No,
Okay,
actually,
Coming down, babe.
I don't think I'm going to be here next week. Let
Why?
me look at a calendar. Because I got hired by Redacted to take photos of Redacted,
Bro, you can't work remote.
not photos.
We did flame trench from the tailgate of a pickup truck once.
I will be gone on Friday of next week.
You're just gonna leave us? All right.
Redacted's not going to take photos of itself.
Since it's redacted, does it even matter?
Yes.
Oh.
I know I'll
gonna
be
play-
on next week.
I'm going to play
Here?
the outro. Outro.
And you'll see
The
why
tro-
I'll be on
Kevin.
next week.
Just call it the tro.
Tom
You know what,
Saltzman
Jack?
says you
We
won't
need
play
a
the
new one of
outro
these.
and you're faking it.
Yes, we do.
We should also have a dedicated outro. There, I said it.
We actually should. I agree with you.
So
All right, Kevin, roll it. Roll the cold intro, outro.
Intros. Okay, bye.
Kevin.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flighting down to SC off. SC off. It's orange! 125! Oh my god!
Décollage.
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
143 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure.
we don't need any more of these.
It's the I get to go to dinner show. Bye, Membies. And Twitch.
Okay, we're back, and we have the combination. Oh, wait, the microphone. Hold on. It's actually... What the hell? Ah, there we go. There we go. What's up, guys? Yeah, that was good. Do we have a Starlink launch here? I thought it moved. It's 30 minutes out. Okay. Cool. Yeah, guys, during that flame trench I had a customer show up to the shop, dropping his car off. I'm trading some labor for parts and stuff with other parts that I have. New project? No, this is just a quick job to do. So my neighbor down the street has a 37 Ford pickup truck with a small block Chevy in it, and it has tri-power on it. So it has 3 2-barrel carburetors. You don't want tri-power no more. He's like, this is too much of a pain in the butt to tune. I just want to drive the car around. So he goes, find me a 4-barrel carburetor in an intake manifold, and if you put a 4-barrel on it, I will give you money. And I'm like, all right. 1937 LS, yes. It's a cool car. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Make some cash. Yeah. Getting the word out, man. So I got to pull an intake manifold off that small block that's on there. I got a new intake manifold and a Brawler carburetor for it because I was like, how much do you want to spend? So yeah, I've been working on cars while I'm working on cars. I'm procuring parts for 2 vehicles this week. The car's 88 years old. Yep. Do you need a 4-bar? A 4-bar what, Goalie? A 4-bar lift? Like the lift that has this? Maybe. Carbs are so much nicer than EFI. It's easier to tune. So I'm going to put this new carburetor on it. Shore up the fuel lines. Time it. Do the oil, etc., etc. Do you need a 4-barrel? Oh, we have one. No, I got a Brawler. I got a Brawler 650 CFM. It's a 350 Chevy. It's a Corvette motor, which is pretty cool. Corvette motor from the 70s. So yeah, I'll tee that all up. I really need another bay at this point. I'm not even kidding. When I bought this garage, I'm like, yeah, we're good. This is all the space up. Nope. But what I'm starting to think is that shop space is one of those things that you really never have enough of. The second you make the shop bigger, you'll fill it with stuff. I do have a fondness for throttle body injection in a few situations. I have a 91 Camaro outside. That's TBI. 305 TBI with a 5-speed. 342 Posi out back. I did the entire suspension for that car. Actual streaming shop when? I don't know, man. That's going to take time. It took 10 years of grinding to get this shop, dude. I'll drop by and let you do my oil change. Then that's a little bit of a long way, don't you think? You have a bigger grinder now. I saw you change the disc. Yeah. Yup. One day I'll have a 2-bay garage with a 2 and a 4-post lift. That's the dream, dude. I'm almost there. What's for food today? I already had tortellini, Snake. I had that when I was on break between working on the car and now. Oh. I'm pissed I didn't get that trunk pan all done, dude. I really wanted to finish that, but I talked too much today on stream. How's the merch coming along? I have not worked on it at all. To be 100% honest, I haven't worked on it at all. Dude, it takes time. Like, it takes time to design it, design the shirt, get it right, get the right vendor. That's a lot of work, man. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out merch for the car, for the crew cab, but let me ask around. I think I could get my hands on a 4-arm lift. Yeah, but Goal, even if you could, how are you gonna get it up here? Put it on top of a 747. Nice. It won't take me a full day to get it there. Oh, look at this gore that just showed up in my freaking feed. Check this out. Oh. Oh, that's bad. What even caused this, dude? What? How does this even happen? Is that a steam turbine? How did this happen? Bird? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, either that or one of the fins came out, dude. The fins on a high bypass fan, each one of those is a subassembly that actually gets keyed in. Either way, that one got gacked pretty bad. Jeez. That's a bad day. That's a really bad day. That sucks. That's an end-of-life steam turbine? I hope so, man. It's FOD right there. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's something, dude. This is kind of odd. Read it. Please be advised that on May 12, 2025, SpaceX will be conducting Texas Department of Transportation approved transportation operations on Highway 4 from Massey's to the pad sometimes between 10 and 4. I brought that up on the Flame Trench, but I said it backwards because I'm stupid. The beach and highway will remain open throughout the operation. However, traffic may be delayed for a short duration. Yeah. A blade came out in the second row. First set was untouched. Rip. Still crap in my nose from the automotive stream. Oh, boy. Yeah, it looks like how the alloy looks at these supposed fractures. Yeah, that's weird. So static fire from the pad directly? I had a buddy say that SpaceX is going to do a little bit of trolling. I don't know exactly what that means, but... Do you think Rocket Lab is on track for fiscal year 25 with the new footage released? End of the year? End of the year, Yum Food. I forget what their deadline was. I would say end of the year. We've seen no main propulsion ow, that was my knee. We've seen no main propulsion testing articles, dude. Where's your... So they have Archimedes, that's great. Where's your engine section for Neutron? And I'm not saying they don't have it. I'm just saying we haven't seen it. I have not seen... We've seen second stage test articles. We've seen fairing test articles. We saw their grid fin test articles, so their control surface test articles. So I have not seen... I think the most we've seen are dome pieces, carbon fiber dome pieces for Neutron's first stage. So, well, I mean, that part's, like, I don't mean to downplay it, guys. That part's kind of important. You need your first stage. You're not going anywhere without that. I have not seen anything like that. I haven't seen an engine section for the Archimedes engines. There's still a good bit of testing that they have to do. We've seen Archimedes engines fire. We know they work. Okay, now they got to fire in a group. So you need a testing article. You need a test article or a stage, or a test mule stage to test those engines working in a group, right? Because you have, I believe, Neutron has 5. Is it 5, or is it 6? We've seen the second stage testing, yeah. I forget how many engines are in Neutron's first stage. I'm sorry, dudes. I'm getting kind of tired. The auto streams really kick the snot out of you. So, Yum Food, I think because we haven't seen any integrated testing. Rocket Lab does go fast, but they're not the fastest around, but they're not old space either. I would say Q4 for a Neutron launch, or at least a test flight. Maybe, yeah. That's just my gut with the information that's been presented thus far. Nah, Goalie, I'm good. Yeah, that's probably where I'm at, dudes. When do you think we should see these tests? Well, I don't know when we're going to see them, but if they're targeting Q4 this year, I would want an integrated test here, a main propulsion testing article. I would want that by the summer, probably by the end of July, if you're targeting the end of the year. This stuff goes really slow when you first build it. It goes slow, dudes. That's just the way it is. Any guesses where the Venus spacecraft will land? Oh, crap. I forgot to ask about that. Damn it. No. Given its inclination and stuff, it could land anywhere. There's a wide gap. It could be quite literally anywhere. I saw the launch stand over the weekend, looking forward to seeing it fly. Yep. From about 6 hours ago. The reentry window of Cosmos 482 has been narrowed down to May 10th, 5:49 UTC, plus or minus 266 minutes. Yeah, that could be anywhere, man. It's in an orbit that's kind of similar to the ISS, and the ISS inclination, you can get at it from anywhere. That's the whole point. So this could come down anywhere, man. Will you be covering Starlink in 18 minutes? Yeah. Does it have hypergalls on board? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Will you cover the later one? Depends on how good I do in the race. Pretty much anywhere along yeah, yes. So anyone, Aqualex, it's in a 51.8 degree inclined orbit, if I'm remembering right. That is quite actually anywhere between 51 degrees north and 51 degrees south, which basically encompasses the vast majority of human populated areas on this planet. Like, it could come down anywhere. Remember, this thing is designed to re-enter Venus from a trans-Earth injection. It'll absolutely survive re-entry. It's most likely, yeah, guys, it has probably about a 60 to 70% chance coming down in the water, and no one will ever see it. If it comes down and you get it, is it free game? Who owns it now? It's beholden to the country of origin. Spaceflight hardware is not legitimate salvage. It's not, doesn't work like that. Russia would want it back, and they are the rightful heir to it. So if it landed in Kansas, right, and it landed in some guy's backyard and he tried to put it on eBay, you can't, international law, you can't do that shit. Stuff. It's beholden to the country of origin that launched it. Now, once again, this is a little bit of a weird one because the country that launched it doesn't exist anymore. But Russia is the legal overseer of what's left, the remnants of the Soviet Union, right? Like, it's Russia's. That link had a start and a stop. Okay. Yeah, so we should have a launch here in a second, and then from the launch we'll get right into racing. I gotta practice. We gotta practice some Imola, dudes. We have the Eric Johnson Racing Administration race 4. It's gonna be sick. Link had an image with a path in it with start and stop. When are you guys gonna pay for the Skylab cleanup? Yeah, we're not doing that. Just shut up and get your dish ready, okay? Yeah, we're not doing that. .14 on tonight's flight. Cool. Yeah, when the stream pops up, we'll watch that as part of our Flame Trench post show. Australia wants their money. You don't need money from us. You got plenty of money in Western Australia in the ground. But you won't do it. You won't do it, son. You need our freaking parking ticket. Quiet. We saved your entire country. You can see in the earlier pictures the track is longer. I'm wondering why Europe is all highlighted here, but does that mean that's where it's going to come down or no? Yeah, so it could be any of these orbits, guys. Okay, I see what they're doing. Ain't paying you damn littering fee. Damn. It's an EU space map. Yeah, okay, I got it. Sometimes you loan your friends money and you don't expect it to come back, yeah. Your general was willing to give the top half of Australia to Japan, though? Yeah, but it never happened. Our generals say a lot of things, man, but it didn't happen or something. Hey, wait a minute. You guys wanted to give him Mosby, dang it. Are we talking about the same thing? Because Mosby was part of Australia at the time. I mean, seriously though, Dead Scum, like, can you imagine that'd actually be pretty dang funny. Like, Port Moresby's in Papua, it's in New Guinea. Yeah, that's right. Freaking, yeah, okay, take Northern Australia. All right, go ahead. There's nothing there, especially in 1941. There's nothing there. All right, have fun with that, man. Scott Manley retweeted something about the satellite and it had an X on Western Australia. What, dude, what if it came down in the same spot that Skylab came down in? Wouldn't that be something, dude? You notice the halfway point where it goes yellow to green? I can't see the difference, dude. My eyes don't work that well. This all just looks like varying shades of yellow. The Brisbane line was their strategy. But we stopped them in Mosby, so they tried to take Mosby first as a staging point. The Japanese did, and we did. That's why Guadalcanal happened. Yeah, Alex, I can't see that. That's like I see it gets darker right here, but that I guess if I squint hard, I could see it right there, but yeah. Hey, Wildland, 103 months, dude. Thank you. Thanks for being here all this time. I appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, dear. Man, I'm tired, dude. I gotta wake up. I want to race. I want to race today. Imola is my favorite track, dude. We got 1 hour at Imola here after the launch. Take a nap and then race. I gotta practice, dude. Maybe get the rig ready while waiting for Starship. Or Starlink. It's going to go live in a minute, dude. I could pull the rig out in 30 seconds, man. Himmel is tough. Very difficult to be consistent. Yeah, but I love that track, so we're good. Coffee is king. If I make a cup of coffee now, I'm not getting up in the morning, and I got to fix that 37 that's outside. The cool thing about the 37, guys, is that the guys let me keep that tri-power. So I have tri-power first. He's like, dude, keep the 3 carbs. I don't care. I got tri-power for a small block Chevy, which is pretty cool. That's 3 2-barrel carburetors. It's pretty sick. Now we got to find something to put it in. Yeah. That 37 is cool, too. If it's so booty to tune, though, why do you even want to use it? Because it's crap to tune for somebody that doesn't know how to tune carburetors. I just did that. We just did that with the Coronet. I know how to tune carburetors. I didn't tell him that part. I did, actually, because I'm going to tune it, but... SpaceX is online. All right, let's send it. I'll show it to you guys when I'm done. All right. I just got to go take a leak real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Waste tanks evacuated. Leak. I don't detect any leaks. Oh, sorry. What's up, Andrew? All right, so what do we got here? This is the Starlink 15-3 launch. This one's going out of Vandenberg Space Force Base out in California. It's booster 1081 flying tonight on its 14th flight. It's just a baby. Just a baby booster. 56-day turnaround on this vehicle, delivering 26 Starlink V2 minis to low Earth orbit. This is SpaceX's... Not a good time to get hiccups. This is SpaceX's 54th mission of 2025. Today is launch day in California. Ah, shoot! Dude, it's very weird because I keep walking out into the garage and seeing that, I keep forgetting that the entire back of the automobile is not existent. That's not there. That's not there anymore.
Falcon 9, thanks for pressurizing for strong back retract.
Pressurizing for strong back retract. Hey, Max, I wonder where that guy's from. Dobry vaj. Where is my automobile? I'm seriously wondering where my automobile is. The stream has 4K? Wait, what? Dude! Let's go! Live streaming X, nice! I love you! Wow! 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 I think that you would know, my friend. I think that you would know exactly where that guy is from. Hi, everyone. Elon Ma. No problem. All right, anyway. So, Strongback's going to retract to 87 degrees here. Since you're doing so much car content lately, have you ever thought about doing a virtual car meet? Virtual car meet? What do you mean? What is a virtual car meet? I'm confused. Which direction this one going? South. Oh yeah, we got to run our ads so nobody gets a pre-roll during the thing. Got it. Just a way for everybody to show off their rides online.
Stage 1 lock load is complete.
I don't know what that entails, G, but I'd do it. First stage locks load is complete. Second stage locks load should be topping off here in the next 30 seconds.
Stage 2 lock load is complete.
There it is. I can't tell if that's a lens flare or the moon. I'm going to say lens flare. This can't be Vandenberg. Where's the fog? Yeah, where's the fog? Yeah, right. Ground gas closeout. Set up a time when you're streaming, everyone can show the cars and discuss car stuff. Yeah. It's 5:19 out on the West Coast right now, 5 p.m. Falcon 9 should be go for late call on the ground gas closeout.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Late call on startup as well. I'm pretty sure everything's fine, and they probably just do it.
LD is go for launch.
Launch director reports go. All right, 40 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds.
20.
T-minus 15 seconds.
10. Pad deluge system is on.
9, 8, 7.
Sound suppression water system should be turning on. There it is.
4, 3, 2.
Ignition.
Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
All right, we got liftoff. Liftoff. Starlink group 15.
Propulsion is nominal.
15-3. Good call on
Pitching downrange.
stage propulsion and vehicle pitch over. The vehicle's doing a pitch kick. Okay, so Falcon 9's rolling to the proper flight azimuth to make sure that its antennas are pointed towards the ground. What's called a roll program. early part of the ascent. Good call for power and telemetry here. We should get a call for supersonic momentarily.
Mach 1.
There it is. Maximum dynamic pressure is the next call. That's peak compression load being put on the vehicle from aerodynamic perturbations. Basically, the air is getting compressed up on the front of the vehicle because it's moving so fast that the air can't move out of the way, and it ends up actually scrunching the vehicle a little bit. To get around this, they throttle the engines down for a moment. The engine should be throttling back up here in the next 20 seconds. And then the next step here that they should call out is Merlin vacuum chill, or MVAC chill, which is the second stage engine. They're going to take the second stage motor and start...
MVAC chill.
There it is. They're going to take the second stage engine and they're going to start trickling propellants into it to prime it. Because you don't want to dry fire a rocket engine. You don't want to try to turn it on when there's not fuel inside of it. That usually results in an explosion. So they're trickling the propellants in through pre-valves on the second stage, getting the turbine machinery cool because they're using cold propellants. Right?
Trajectory nominal.
Saw the ice on the vehicle, right? And you're making sure that the engine's basically good to go in line for the next couple of events going on here. It's flying south-southeast. It's going to hug basically the shoreline of California and then Baja California down in Mexico. There is the staging alignment maneuver right there. Should get a call for main engine cutoff, or MECO, here in the next 5 seconds.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
Good stage, good vent separation. Second stage is clear of the first.
Ignition.
Merlin vacuum ignition. Boom. Good upper stage ignition. Second stage nozzle should start glowing, indicating that it is cooling correctly. First stage is now deploying its grid fins in preparation for a downrange landing at T+8 minutes.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Good call on the aerodynamic fairing separation. 26 Starlink V2 minis now exposed to the vacuum of space. You can see the fairing separating in the first stage there. The first stage will be doing a downrange landing on the drone ship.
Both stages are on nominal trajectories.
On the drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. Yeah, there's the Channel Islands. First stage is flying over the Channel Islands. Hey, Tech, what's going on, buddy? We can actually see Santa Barbara right there. And then you go down the coast, Santa Monica. There's Santa Barbara, Santa Monica's over here. They flipped the camera on me. There's Long Beach. That's the Port of Long Beach right there. That's Santa Monica right there. El Segundo, Huntington Beach, Palos Verdes. See a lot of Southern California here, man. Too bright for you to see, Aeronaut? Yep. Tech, 62 months. Thanks, buddy. Going down Long Beach to the OC right there. Actually, I said that wrong. It's not Huntington Beach. It's Manhattan Beach. Huntington Beach is in Orange County. It's further south. LA, the entire LA basin is gigantic house. The sprawl goes all the way over here. Like a significant portion of the globe. LA is big, man. Big city. What's the off gas? That is the vent lines, Flyboy, from the engine priming. They do stay open to an extent. Yeah, that's normal. We gotta go a little bit further downrange. Okay. A little bit of clouds down there, but I think... Wait, where's Coronado? Here we go. Yeah, it's coming. We're coming up on San Diego and Tijuana here. I'm somewhere in that shot. Yeah, you are. That's pretty cool, man. Wave. We might see you. Yeah, it's a little cloudy around Pendleton down there. Can you guys see that cloud front? First stage is realigning for the entry burn here. Entry burn will slow down Falcon 9 and also shield it from re-entry heating gases here. Supersonic retro propulsion. About to happen. Right now. That's my favorite part of this whole thing. Falcon 9's engines are actually shielding the first stage in a cool column of gas. And that's actually protecting it. That's its heat shield. Which I still think that's the coolest thing ever. You know? Notice how it's flying through the soot from its own gas. All the soot's getting caked up on the camera there. Entry burn is complete. The attitude control system's now steering Falcon 9 to the drone ship.
Stage 1 trajectory nominal.
Stage 1 trajectory is good.
FTS is saved.
Stage 2 FTS flight termination system has saved, meaning that if something does go wrong at this point, the stage will just re-enter and destroy itself. So there's no need for the termination system. Okay. T plus 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Everything is looking good. A little windy out there in the Pacific today. First stage easing itself up out over the drone ship. There, of course, I still love you. Stage 1 is now below the sound barrier.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
The earlier call, excuse me, was for Stage 1 FTS. That was the Stage 2 FTS. That was my fault.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Artsy, why are you telling us, dude? Drone ship's under the left grid fin. Landing burn has begun. Grid fins steering Falcon 9 out over the drone ship.
Terminal guidance.
Grid fins will lock into place when Falcon 9 is going too slow to use them. The landing legs will deploy. Falcon 9 first stage on thrust vector control right over the drone ship. And sticks the landing.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Got a good touchdown out on, of course, I Still Love You. Booster 1081 completing its 14th flight. Now, they're going to cut the cast here, but the staging number we're looking for tonight is 27,300, give or take. It's the only place that people that understand. Yeah, I got you. Whoa, 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 whoa. 27.7. Where the heck are those? We have not seen that staging number before. 27,777. Huh.
Nominal orbit insertion.
They call the nominal orbit, so that was intended. Interesting. 27.3 is usually what they aim for going out of Vandenberg, meaning those satellites are going to a higher orbit if they have a higher staging velocity. That's peculiar. 137 at 27,777. Yeah, Fed Up. Of course, I Still Love You doesn't have the deluge system. Only Just Read the Instructions has that. Yeah, SpaceX only outfitted one drone ship with it. My guess is because in order to keep their flight cadence high, they can't afford that downtime from a drone ship. What would be the difference in altitude? A 300-kilometer difference? Or no, 400-kilometer difference? Probably, I don't know, maybe 100-kilometer? Not much. Not much. They're going to a slightly higher orbit. Was that regular Starlink or Starshield? That had 26 Starlink V2 minis on it. That's what the manifested report is on next spaceflight. Is there more solar activity recently? Detail with more drag? You know what? Hold on. Let me check something. That's not right at all. Some of these weren't entered correctly in this database. Yeah, at that staging velocity, guys, the polar satellites would be the polar satellites would be in a way higher orbit. It's reporting that at 553 by 551. That is not what that orbit is. That's broken. Hey, Repit. Interesting. That's weird. Those went to a higher shell. That might be on purpose. I mean, it was. They called nominal orbit insertion. It's just got. They have to have the polar orbit Starlinks might be in a. Some polar orbit Starlinks might be in a higher orbit. This page isn't updated anymore. I use N2YO. It's not as nice, but it's updated. I was gonna say that looks all completely wrong. $362. 296. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that one went to a higher orbit. I'll ask Alex about it, guys, over the weekend. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I love you and your streams, and I don't want to be a mood spoiler. This is the best space-related place there is. I've learned so much for the past few years, and this channel is the reason I'm interested in space. Sorry. No, Artsy, it's all good, man. I just... Yeah. I get it. It's... Yeah. Some people have seen fit to punish me for that, which is why I kind of am short with people that come in here and say that. Like, dude, I had a lot of, I don't know, not a lot. A couple of longtime subs pull their sub because they don't, because I cover SpaceX launches. I'm like, okay, if that's the way it's gonna be, that's fine. But yeah, forgive me for being short. Like, yeah, I get it. Like I just want to teach people about space. That hasn't changed. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, dude, that's a thing. Heck, a longtime viewer that's probably been watching for, oh geez, I don't know, 8 or 9 years. Just came into chat the other day and said, I'm unfollowing everyone that's American. And that's it. Longtime viewer. I know, King. I'm not ignorant to this stuff. I just don't talk about it on stream.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Like, you're gonna punish me for that? That's all right. Thanks, I guess. I learned my lesson or something. Yeah, I've noticed it, Artsy. It's happened over the, past 6-7 months. That's why, I was like, why are you telling us, man? Leave me alone. Because that's what I was expecting, dude. I was like, that's what the next statement, I was expecting you to be like, screw this guy, I'm gone, thanks for sticking around, dude. I'm just, yeah, it is a little bit, but hey, what are you going to do? That'll teach you being an American. I know, dude. I couldn't believe it. It's not the first time it's happened. Yeah, no, it just... I don't know, homies. I couldn't tell you. You have nothing to do with what's going on in your government. Dude, even if I did like or dislike it, I wouldn't tell you guys. I'm not... You don't come here for political opinions. You come here for political opinions about spaceflight policy. But I stay in my lane. I'm your entertainment. I understand that. Like, hey, Crawdad, thanks, man. Oh yeah, bro, I love you and your content. Just mixed feelings about SpaceX. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's, yeah, no, I get it, dude. I get it. Like, I'm here for the rockets, bro. That's the kid. Like, I don't need anybody thinking like just because I love SpaceX so much that, you know, like I do and do not endorse Elon and what he does. Like I don't want you guys to know that. I love what he does from space flight stuff, but everything else, it's not like I don't feel comfortable even telling you what I think about it. I'm not going to. Like, it's just that's like going into a bathroom and trying to order food. Like, it's not the right place for it, you know? But yeah, anyway. Yeah, dude, I've had it happen. I've got a lot of, you know, it stems from just DMs, you know, like saying I'm a piece of crap for covering Starship. Yeah, I've been called everything under the sun, man. What gets me is it's from longtime viewers too. Like, bro, what did I do to deserve that? Like, yeah, Vader, that's how it rolls. Yeah, Clayton, that's the whole idea. Like, yeah, like that guy's like, I'm unfollowing all Americans. Piss off. Like, following for 8 years, dude. I went and looked. I've had plenty of longtime viewers just be out because they don't like SpaceX. They don't like that I cover SpaceX stuff. Like, it really sucks, but what are you gonna do, bros? Like, I wish I could do something to fix that, but I can't do something to fix that, you know? Like, why do I get punished for that? Like, it's very discouraging. But hey, yeah, whatever. That's the business, guys. It's the business. What are you gonna do? No, catching, I get it. Like, I'm not like, dude, I get it. I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. You know, like, it's your life, dude. Live it how you want. I just don't understand. I don't understand punishing me for that. Like, that doesn't. But hey, it's all good. All I've ever tried to do here is just teach you guys about space. That's all I've ever done. Teach you about space with no bull crap involved. Except when it comes to spaceflight policy, and then we kind of get into the weeds a little bit, but. And cars. Yep. Yeah, likewise, Martin. Like, you guys are all right, Ken. What's wrong with Canada? Why you going Martin? You guys are cool. I like poutine. Poutine's awesome. You know, like, have some poutine and a couple of Molsons, bud. Let's go. You know, like, I just like rockets. Yeah, it's a Maldi. I know. It's crazy. Yeah, what do you like building? Yeah, dude. I reckon it's because you're accessible. Elon isn't. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Vader, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I lost a little bit of sleep about it, but I had to, like, sit there and think for a second. I'm like, they're not punishing me. Like, it's just discontent with what's going on, and that's fair. I get it. Like, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's just, yeah, dude, like, I've never had to deal with that, you know? Like, it's crazy because part of the reason what makes it so successful is that space wasn't really divisive about stuff. It's like, we all want to go to the moon. We all want to go to Mars. We all want to go further into the solar system. But now we have this interesting dichotomy going on here, right? Like, Yeah, Aqualex, people wouldn't write me a long message about this if they were doing it for their own sanity. But I get the sentiment. Nada. 5-month reset. Anyway, sorry to invite this conversation in, guys. Let's get ready for racing, huh? Let's do it. Yeah, it happens. But yeah, like, once again, you can hate Elon and still support SpaceX, man. Like, that's totally good. And you should. SpaceX is awesome. I don't care what anybody says. SpaceX is freaking amazing. Like, have you seen Starship? It's unbelievable. Like, I would invite somebody to go look at the hardware and just see that thing up close. I guarantee you will be amazed. It is an insane piece of equipment. It's quite actually somebody's Kerbal creation in real life. It's Upgoer 5. It's untitled spacecraft. It's ridiculous. Anyway, let me plug this thing in. We'll get ready for some racing. Let's race some Imola, dudes. But yeah, once again, Artsy, it's all good. I love you, bro. I know you've been here. I know you've been watching for a while. I appreciate every second of watch time, dude. And I mean that genuinely. Yeah, I don't know, goalie. Hey, I'm not getting into it, dude. We're not doing that. We're not doing that here. We don't need to do that here. How high on the list of annoying viewers do I rank? King, you're not annoying. You're just Canadian. No, man, I'm just screwing with you. No, you're fine. Like, you don't annoy me at all. Hey, Ennis, what's going on? Sorry. Yeah, no, you're not annoying at all, dude. I wish you would stop talking about hockey because hockey season ended and you're living in some kind of delusional fantasy world where hockey is still gone on. The Bruins played their last game and then hockey season just mysteriously ended after that. I don't know what happened. I wish you'd stop entertaining these delusions of grandeur. Sens are dead, I'm out. Frick the Leafs. Now that's something we can all agree on. Frick Toronto, am I right? Hey, if you're from Toronto, you know exactly what I mean. Don't even pretend like you don't. Yeah, all right, high five, you know. What's hockey? I'm signed a Sabres fan. I'm asking myself the same question as a Bruins fan. Wayfair, because the Bruins do something when they go out on the ice. I would not call that hockey, you know. They do something. Is this show about Rockets? Yeah, Ennis, yeah. We're just getting on the tail end. I'm about to switch over to playing some racing games. Do you have any questions about Rockets? I know Rockets. Can you tell? What's that, goalie? Ooh, tanks. Whoa, Port of Boston, really? You see this crap stain on the barge they ran into. The port is kind of a dump. Damn. Like, I'm just saying, you're not wrong. Like, I saw an article about running a car engine on vegetable oil. What do you think about that? It's doable, Urbanus. It has to be a diesel, though. You can't run gasoline on vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is too, it's too viscous for that. It has to be a diesel. But so if you're running a diesel on vegetable oil, or dude, you could make it run on fryer oil. You could go to restaurants and take the fry oil. They'll give it to you for free. The used oil for cooking French fries and frying things. You can get that stuff for nothing. Like, they'll ask you to get rid of it. But the thing is, it's got French fries in it. French fries, French fries are delicious, but they're not delicious for diesel. So you have to strain it, which, if you have the equipment to do it, is just fine. And then you can make, dude, if you have an old mechanical injection diesel, you can make it run on anything. I'm off to bed now because it's 4 a.m. here. I'll see you in the next stream. All right, Artsy. Thanks for watching, buddy. I appreciate you. Yeah, you make it. Yeah, diesel can run off anything. Particularly, you would want a mechanical injection. Mechanical fuel injection would be easier. Like, because if you have electronic fuel injection, like on a modern diesel, you'd have to kind of reprogram the computer. With a mechanical diesel, you could put anything in the gas tank. Well, gas tank. You could put anything in the fuel tank, it'll run. It doesn't care. Anything that's flammable, it'll be fine. Heck, I've seen, and keep in mind, I've never seen anybody do this in real life. I've seen it on YouTube. But I saw a guy pour used motor oil in the tank of his diesel truck with a mechanical injection 6BT Cummins. Worked just fine. Thing worked great. Little sooty in the smoke, but it worked just fine. Your 7.3 runs great on motor oil and fryer oil. Yeah, it's great. They were designed to run on peanut oil. Well, there you go. There you go. What percentage of EFI cars are freely programmable? Next to nothing from the factory. Everybody, everybody. So ECUs are often hard-coded. And, like, dude, DRM in the automotive industry is bananas. Yeah, it's like, it's worse than phones, dude. Like, way worse than phones. Oftentimes, a lot of stuff is hard-coded, especially on older ECUs. It's all hard-coded. The automotive industry, guys, was using EPROMs in their ECMs till, like, the late 2000s. That should tell you everything you need to know. Some people are diesels. You're a diesel, mate. Can you run a car on moonshine? You could run a diesel. You could run a diesel off of moonshine, sure. Clayton, you could run it off the shine. Absolutely. The best I've seen is a diesel running on decomposed plant slurry. What the hell? That's crazy. All right, I'm updating my Assetto stuff. Let's switch over to Assetto and go from there.